Continuing chapter 10, page 186, 187 here. 186, responsible for investigation, okay? Real Estate License Act requires that a fully signed, that's what a fully executed means, fully signed copy of any listing has to be provided to the owner at the time they sign it. What do we call that? When you give them a copy of a document with original signatures at the time that they sign it?
Duplicate original.
Mm-hmm. And that any listing contain a definite date of termination on it. So you got to have the, sure, you got to have other information on the listing agreement, but you also have to have the expiration date. Has to be stipulated. How long is this listing going to be for? So we as real estate licensees were responsible for investigating all information that could be found about a property, all material information, and disclosing that to potential buyers or renters. We are required by virtue of our licenses to cooperate with each other. Every licensee must fully cooperate with New Jersey licensees in the sale of listed property, unless the owner specifically tells you not to, if you got that listing. Otherwise, you have to share that listing with all other agents by putting it in the MLS within 48 hours. But if the owner tells you specifically not to, then you cover your butt by getting them to sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Who's the only one that could tell you not to cooperate with other licensees against licensing law requirements?
The owner.
Only the owner of the property. And then if they're going to be telling us to do that, you better be sure that your butt is covered, because you're required to cooperate with other licensees otherwise, right? So you get them to sign that waiver of broker cooperation agreement, which I'm trying to make them bold. Computer's not cooperating. And listings must be shared with each other within 48 hours. So we have to put all listings in the MLS within 48 hours. It must be added to the MLS within 48 hours. And all written offers must be forwarded to the owner within 24 hours. So let's finally highlight that stuff in the book here on page 186 under cooperation with licensees. And let me know once you have that. So let's see, what do we got just in this little blurb right here we're highlighting, which is the same stuff in these bullet points. 1, 2, 3, 4 possible exam questions coming out of that. Nothing there rocket sciencey, is it? Very difficult to understand?
No.
No. Right. But you got about 4 questions out of 110 right here in this one slide. In this one paragraph. So, all commissions are negotiable. Listings have to specify the amount of commission that's being offered. That's negotiated between the listing agent and the owner of the property at the time they get that listing. So listings must specify also the amount of commission that's being offered to the other agencies, you know, how that commission is going to be split up. So you got the total listed as well as how it's going to be split. Commission rates are negotiated between the client and the listing broker. And all listing agreements for 1 to 4 family dwellings must contain a notice that in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable, that we don't engage in illegal price fixing. That's why we have to put in that whole phrase into contracts if we're putting an offer in on a for sale by owner, because we never had that listing with them that disclosed to them that we don't engage in that illegal price fixing and that all the commissions are negotiable. So we went over this before back in chapter 3. This is that actual disclosure you have to put in there, but it's also stated right here. As seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other considerations been fixed by any governmental authority or trade association or multiple listing. That's that Sherman Antitrust Act required disclosure, right? Showing that we don't engage in illegal price fixing in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. As seller, you have the right to individually reach agreements. See? Now, price fixing is when competitors scheme with each other to try to set an industry standard on pricing, or they could allocate markets as well, both violations of the Sherman Antitrust Act and both punishable by a maximum $1 million fine and 10 years in prison for individuals, or upwards of $100 million for corporations. So the seller property condition disclosure report, that's that document that we give to the owners to fill out at the time we get a listing, disclosing any knowledge about any information they have about their property, whether it was any improvements that were done or any problems that they're aware of, so that we could provide to buyers. Now, the law doesn't require that you use this disclosure or any particular disclosure. It just requires that any known problems be disclosed to potential buyers. But we should make sure that the seller does fill out these property condition disclosure reports, because it does help them in the event there is a lawsuit, minimize their liability to actual damages, because courts could award up to triple damages if they did not make an attempt to disclose correct information or they lied about it. So that's that seller's property condition disclosure report that we've gone over before. Here's a link to it in the shared Google Drive as well. We also can get that. Okay, no, that's not from the Garden State. That's so I got a copy of that in a shared Google Drive. That's from the New Jersey Realtors Association. They put together that, I got that shortcut for you, njarforms.com. That'll take you directly to that system. Once you're a member of the Association of Realtors, you get access to that digital contract form system that gives you all those forms that you can fill out. Now, Attorney General's memorandum is a document that must be given to the owner of the property at the time that we get a listing. It basically tells them that they cannot discriminate whether they hire us and use our services or not. They got to follow the law. They can't discriminate. So who do we have to give it to? Just the owner of the property. Buyers and renters are free to discriminate all they want. They could choose where or who they want to live near. We just can't help search for homes based on those criteria, just on the criteria of the home itself and their price range and such. So the Attorney General's memorandum, fancy word for a notice, coming from who? The highest law enforcement officer in the land, the Attorney General, basically says you can't discriminate. That's it. Must be given to owners when we get a listing, and then we got to turn down any listings if the owner indicates that they have an intent to violate the law and discriminate. Listing commissions, they have to be handwritten. They cannot be pre-typed, cannot be a prescribed fee schedule or any of that jazz. It has to be a blank line where we write down what the commission is. Otherwise, when did we exactly have a chance to negotiate that? So listing commission agreements have to be handwritten on the listing agreements. not pre-typed, no prescribed fee schedules, etc. Now, expiration dates must be in those listing agreements too. I mean, we have to fully have the contract filled out. We can't fill in those blank lines later. And this is why they make a stickling point about this, because some agents do that, and I guess enough of them got busted doing that that they're making it into an exam question to make sure that you're aware as a new licensee that you don't pick up them bad habits, because you're not allowed to do that. Don't leave blank lines in contracts, first of all. Fill everything out. Discuss things with your clients. Don't try to pull a fast one. All right. So look, another lot of stuff on this, a lot of exam questions right here on this slide too. Let me see. We have one about disclosing pertinent information. What document do we give to the owners at the time we get a listing? What do we do if they tell us that they intend to discriminate? And how do listing commissions have to be expressed? And that the listing agreements, to be valid, have to have an expiration date on them. So what's that, like 5 questions? So the Attorney General's memorandum, that's that disclosure that they need to follow the law. They can't discriminate. Must be given to owners at the time we get the listing. Yeah, we must refuse the listings. And we're highlighting this under Attorney General's memorandum on the bottom of page 186. This is on the bottom of page 186. All right. Listings have to have that expiration date. This is also on page 186. Is it? No, it's 187. This is on 187. Top of the next page. All exclusive listings must specify an exact termination date. Got that? Excellent. Sure. Okay, so how long do we get a listing for? How long should we take a listing for? I usually take them for at least 6 months, 6 months to a year. I mean, I want to close and sell your property today if possible so that I can earn a commission, but I'm going to get a listing long enough to give me the opportunity to try to sell it, especially if you're going to try to overprice it at the beginning, right? So, but if an owner asks us to try to justify our why we need a listing for so long or what have you, well, there's a formula here on how you can explain to them why you need a listing for so long. All right. Well, we got something called absorption rates. Absorption rates tell us how long it'll take for the market to absorb the listing inventory. And so that's what the absorption rates do. You take the number of homes on the market for sale in an area, divide that by the number of homes sold last month, and that'll tell us, in theory, how long it should take for the market to absorb all of that listing inventory. Now, we know all properties aren't going to sell. There's going to be more because this theory takes into consideration that no more homes are going to come on the market and that the number of buyers out there remains constant. Now, that's we know that's not going to happen. But if it were to happen, if no more homes were to come on the market and the number of buyers out there remain constant, this absorption rate will tell us how long it should take us for the market to absorb all those properties that are for sale to get sold off. But we know not all the homes are going to be sold off. And we know more homes are going to come on the market. And we don't know how many buyers are going to remain constant. Is there going to be the same amount of buyers out there this month as there were last month? Either way, we could usually justify a 6 to 12 month listing period. Not always, but depending on the market. But usually we could justify that 6 months at least. Even if the average homes are selling in less than that time of 6 months, well, there are other factors to take into play. You know, are they trying to list it at top dollar? Are they restrictive in the showing times? Does the owner have to be home? Do they have pets that need to be boarded up? These things could take longer for the home to sell. So the length of the listing period, there are some considerations to take into consideration. These are some seller objections to possibly overcome, where they say, well, my home was nicer, it should sell quicker. Well, you could always ask them, yeah, but are you asking for top dollar here? You know, well above what the market value that I told you that it's worth? Is that what you're asking for it? Well, we may need a longer length of time to try to sell it then, right? So are they trying to sell it at that higher price than what it's really worth? Is the showing availability not quite there? They're very limited in their showing times. Only this day and this day during certain hours, and I got to be home, and we got to take the dog out, and da. Are there any pets? Some people have allergies. Then there's odors that come from some pets that people have gone nose blind to. And then there's restricted showing times often because they got to take the dog out. You know, we don't want to risk anybody getting hurt or bit, or sometimes people, you could have the tamest dog, but people are just scared of animals. You know, I had a lady one time, she was frightened of this tiny miniature dog. I didn't even think it was real at first. I thought it was a little toy on the ground. It was a little dog that I fit in the palm of my hand, and the lady thought the thing was going to be eating her alive. She was freaking out so bad, you know. So, and it was legitimate. I thought she was goofing with me at first, but hey, some reactions of people, you got to be just aware of them. You don't want anybody getting hurt, right? So let's go to the next slide and see what we're talking about when we talk about people being nose blind. You guys ever see commercials like this on TV?
Sadly, Angela's gotten used to the odor her cat leaves in the couch. She no longer smells it. Yep, she's gone nose blind. We staged an intervention to help her sister break the news.
This is exactly what your house smells like. For real? Yes. Oh, you are tripping, really?
Febreze Fabric Refresher eliminates pet odors you've gone nose blind to.
Smells good.
One of the many ways Febreze helps you and your guests. Breathe happy.
It's true. People get used to certain smells that they don't even smell them anymore. You could walk into someone's house and you could smell it, but they're used to it because they live with it. You know, our bodies get used to certain things.
Sadly.
Here's another one.
You get used to pet odors in your car. You think it smells fine, but your passengers smell this. Eliminate odors you've gone nose blind to for up to 30 days with the Febreze Car Vent Clip.
Wow, it smells good in here.
So you and your passengers can breathe happy. You get used.
And we got another one.
You get used to rooms smelling of sweaty odors. Yep, you've gone nose blind. You think it smells fine, but others smell this. Use new Febreze Fabric Refresher for your hard-to-wash fabrics. Its odor clear technology cleans away sweaty odors and leaves a light, fresh scent. And to get more than just your fabrics fresh, use the...
So basically, you get the idea. It's not meant to be a Febreze commercial, but Febreze does a great job in expressing how people get nose blind to certain odors and scents, and that's a true thing, you know. So we have to convey that message to sellers in a polite way. You can't tell them your house stinks, you know, that's rude. You know, good luck getting a listing acting like that, you know. So try to be cordial, try to be polite, but we got to be realistic with them, and we got to tell them when certain things could affect their sale. We got to be honest with them about this stuff. And sometimes they are just oblivious to the fact that their house stinks. You know, I mean, different people, different odors, they get used to them, and it is true though that they get used to them to the point where others smell it immediately and they do not. It could be the cat smell, because they don't change the litter box as often as they clear out the litter box as often as they should, you know. So they're used to certain odors where other people smell it right away. They're like, whoa, what, you got a cat in here, someone? You know, and yeah, it needs to be addressed. It should be addressed. So here's some things to consider when taking a listing, of how long of a listing we should take. We know the seller is going to have their objections. You know, my home's nicer, so it should sell quicker. Yeah, but your agent should bring up the fact that did you price it right, or did you price it higher? What about showing availability? Any pets? Restricted show times, allergies, odors? Have they gone nose blind? What's the condition of the home in? What's the curb appeal? People make decisions before they ever even walk into the house sometimes. They're like, you know. Showing condition. You need to have that house be the shiny penny on the block. Clean up your dirty drawers off the floor. Nobody needs to see your crap stained underwear sitting on the floor. Throw it in a hamper. That's disgusting, you know. You got to tell them that they need to keep their house clean. Do the bed. Make your bed every day. You're trying to sell the house. You watch these HGTV programs. They look like they're staged. Well, we realize you got to work. You got to go to work every day still, but you need to have that house in showing condition. We know you were rushing out the door. Clean up the hair from the tub drain. You know, things like that could affect it. Taxes, flood zone. If it's in a flood zone, or if it got high taxes, that could affect how long it takes to sell a property. Are you allowing realtors to put a lockbox on it or post a for sale sign on the property? Do you got a lot of clutter? Is the owner a hoarder? Do they got a lot of garbage sitting around, or collectibles, whatever they want to call it? The house has to be in that HGTV clean showing condition. The bed got to be made. Dirty clothes in the hamper. Tub drain cleaned. Is there a fur monster growing in the drain, or did they actually clean it up? You got to have that shiny penny on. Your house needs to be that shiny penny on the block, you know. What do I mean by that shiny penny on the block? Well, you can pull out a pocket full of change and throw it on the table and ask somebody to pick something. If you just got a bunch of pennies, that's it. People will gravitate toward that brand new, clean, super shiny penny, not the dingy, dirty one, right? That's just a perfect example of human nature. So say that's your house. Your house needs to be that shiny penny. You see how people gravitate towards it first? That's a little, I don't want to call it a trick, but it's something that you could express to people, because that's usually what they do. Does the doorbell work? Or are people going to be asking, before they even get in the house, geez, what else is broken? In a modern day where you don't even need to have hardwired doorbells, where they can be battery operated, remote and work remotely, wirelessly, they should have a doorbell that works. Doesn't cost that much. What's the condition of the front doors? The paint peeling? First impressions again matter. Make sure the owner's kids remove any posters that could be offensive, like nudies that may be on the wall. I went into houses to do showings with I had a husband and wife couple. I'll never forget. They had, the wife was holding one child in her hand and another little kitty that was walking along with them. And in the meantime, we're walking up, checking upstairs, where the kids' rooms are. And there's pretty graphic nude posters all over the wall. Or drug paraphernalia. You make sure all that crap is put away when people are coming to see the house. Is the property distressed? Bankruptcy, divorce, short sale, foreclosure, estate sale. We need to know so that we could strategize better in how to sell the house. If they're in bankruptcy, we probably won't be able to. How much commission is being offered to the other side that brings the buyer in? That could play a role. Any chattel that's included, that personal property, like the washing machine or dryer or refrigerator or anything specifically excluded from the sale. They taking that chandelier with them? We got to know that up front. Seller's concessions for helping pay for the buyer's closing cost or maybe repairs. Are they offering anything like that, or offering any bonuses to the agencies that bring in the buyer? Are they offering a home warranty or not? All these things could affect how long of a listing period we should get. Now, bottom line is the owner determines the listing price, the asking price. We as the real estate agents need to guide them in that decision making, though. But ultimately, it is the buyers. It's the sellers who make the decision of how much they want to list the property for. We help guide them in making a realistic pricing decision there. But ultimately, it's up to the owner of the property to decide how much they want for their property. It's their property. We just got to help guide them through that pricing strategy there. So the owner determines the listing or the asking price with advice and counsel from their agent, who tries to educate them by doing a CMA, a comparative market analysis. Don't ever call it an appraisal. Or we do BPOs when lenders want a valuation. That's a broker's price opinion, BPO. Usually these are complimentary, free, the CMAs anyway. It's not a free appraisal. Never call it an appraisal. CMA workshop is a class you could take that better teaches you how to value homes for less than $100. You could take it at Ottawa, and it's taught to you by a bunch of trained appraisers, right? They could probably train you better how to price a home than a broker can, right? The actual selling price is determined by an agreement between the owner and the buying public. So it's the market that determines the value. It's the price that are ready, willing, and able buyers willing to pay within reason. Remember, the property still needs to appraise for that purchase price. So the actual The actual selling price is determined by agreement between the owner and buyer. So it's the market that determines this. Value is determined by whatever price a ready, willing, and able buyer is willing to pay if it also appraises for the value. That is, except, of course, unless they're paying all cash. But people with all cash generally are not stupid people, having that much cash to buy a house all cash. So they probably are not going to pay more than the market value of a house. Jump up some big. Make sense?
Yes.
So the pricing of real estate is the utmost importance, because people just won't even come set up an appointment to even come look at the property if you don't price it right. So let's highlight this on page 187, that it is ultimately the seller who must determine the listing price of their property. Of course, with our help and guidance, because we're the professionals that help them value that property. But often they don't value our opinion. You could always tell them, well, then I highly suggest that you pay for an appraiser to come in and do an appraisal and then base it off of their opinion. Trust me, they're going to be less than what I'm valuing it at. But ultimately, whatever buyer comes in and they make an offer on your property, unless they're buying all cash or willing to knowingly pay more than what an appraiser says that your home is worth, which I doubt that most people would want to do, or able to do, the price needs to be reasonable. It has to be within the market's value. Nobody's going to pay more than what a house is worth. So highlight a broker or salesperson can help a seller determine if a listing price for the property through that comparable market analysis, the CMA. That's how we help show them and guide them by showing them what other properties have sold in the area and how much they're selling for. Properties that are as similar as possible to the subject property we're trying to value right now. And then a CMA must never be called an appraisal. Highlight that down towards the bottom there. All right, this is on page 188 at the bottom of the page. The broker should convey to the seller the fact that the eventual selling price, however, is not set by them. It is set by the buying public through the operation of supply and demand. If there's not a lot of homes on the market and there's a big demand for homes, what happens to prices?
Goes up.
Goes up. If there's an excess supply and not as many buyers, price goes down. And what if you got a lot of buyers and the interest rate is up? Because inflation. Huh. See, we got a couple whammies going on right now. Things that are a little abnormal that are happening because of stupid political decisions that some politicians are making that are negatively affecting our marketplace. The only problem is, if interest rates are high, can people still afford to pay the same amount? Even though the demand is there for the houses, they may not be able to qualify to get a loan for the higher amounts because the interest rates are up there, and interest rates play a role in how much you could borrow. All right, so we're pretty much done with the chapter now in the book for screen print wise, but here are a couple of slides I put together for your edification. It's the agent's job to educate the seller to come to a reasonable asking price. The seller sets the asking price. The market determines the value on how much buyers are willing to pay. You must have at least 3 comparables when valuing a property to try to determine that value. And included in our CMAs, we got to have, we include things like active, under contract, sold, expired, information like days on market, advertised days on market, things that are not normally even in an appraisal. We show active listings, for example. The reason is not to look at the price. You need to make sure you spell that out to the seller before they ever start looking at that. When you're doing a CMA, you're in control of that presentation. You need to show them that I'm only showing you the active listings so that you could see what is currently available in the market, not to look at the asking price on it, because that asking price is really irrelevant right now. These houses have failed to sell. I'm showing you this just so you can see what the competition is, what's on the market. Do not look at their price unless you want to have your home on the market forever and not sell. Price it whatever the hell you want. Then we're going to look at the under contract properties to see what the activity in the marketplace is. Once again, we're not looking at the prices on these because we don't know what offer was made or accepted, and there's no way for us to find out. If we call up the listing agent, they're not going to disclose that. They cannot disclose that information. We just want to use that to see how many offers are being made out there with the current inventory. And then solds, this is what we look at to see and determine the price of a house. How much are the homes actually selling for right now? So these are shown so that we can get the prices based on similar recently sold properties that are similar in size, style, amenity, location, condition, and then we make adjustments for any differences between them to come up with a reasonable listing price range. That's how we educate the seller on how to price their homes. And sometimes they'll be there nodding their heads, but they still will want some ridiculously high number, and it's like talking to a wall. They're like, nodding their heads. Yep, I get it. Okay, well, I just want to try a little higher. Well, then you need to educate them and put them in place there. And next slide, I'll talk about that a little bit more. And then we also show expired listings in our CMAs. Why do we do that? We want to show them what failed to sell. Remember, this is a presentation we're doing to them. It's not an appraisal. We want to explain to them and educate them. This is your job to be a good agent. You need to educate your clients. So often the agent's going to be the one that's blamed for the reason why the house didn't sell to begin with. And maybe it is their fault. I don't know. Let's examine it. Let's take a look at the listing. Get a copy of the listing if the property was already listed, or those other comparable properties. Let's see why they failed to sell. Now, were the pictures nice pictures of the house? Were there enough pictures? Did they do their puffing? Was the property priced right? Was it a long enough listing? How much commission were they offering? All these things could play a role. And we're going to use that in our presentation to try to paint a picture. Let's look at the days on the market. How long did the seller give us to try to sell the property, to list it? And how long was it actually marketed and advertised? If you see that it was on the market, days on market is much more than the advertised days on the market, well, that means they had a delayed showing for maybe a coming soon listing, or maybe they wanted to do some work for the house before they actually showed it. We need to see how many days it was actually advertised on the market, and that's really how much time they gave the agent to sell. So these are often objections that we need to overcome that the seller throws at us. Yeah, but I need to get so much money for my house for whatever reason. Well, does a buyer give a damn how much the seller needs to get for whatever reason that they could come up with? No, they care about how much they could afford and how much the property's worth that they're buying. If they say, yeah, but I could have gotten so much if I sold it last year. Well, then you should have sold it last year. What do you want me to do? You know, don't sell your house and wait till the market rebounds. But this is the current, based on my evidence of the current property sales and what they're going for now. It is what it is. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just here being honest with you, showing you what your home is worth. You want me to lie to you? I can lie to you, but that's not going to help you sell your home and get what you want for it. You know, if you want to sell right now, this is what the market will bear. But I put so much money into the house for improvements. Well, not all improvements pay back 100%. Just look at the example of a pool. How much does it cost to put your average pool in? Nothing fancy or extravagant. You want to put an in-ground pool in? What do you think it costs to put an in-ground pool? 25, 30 grand? Anybody?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at something here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to open a report that I have. So I took that CMA workshop that and I try to take it every year if possible, because they give great resources to us on how to price homes. And so I take that CMA workshop from that Ottawa group, and I took it just this year as well. And so let me show you a little something, some information that they give us. No, that's the presentation. Okay, here's an adjustment guide. Give me un momento. All right, check this out. So they gave us an adjustment guide. What I say it's about $30,000 to put an in-ground pool, 25, 30 grand. Does having a pool make your house worth more?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt it does. But does it make your house worth 20, 30 grand worth more? How much more do you think it makes your home worth? Let's just look at your average home, maybe up to the $250,000 price range. That in-ground pool cost you about 25, 30 grand to put in. How much more does it make your house worth? Let's scroll down. Let's look at in-ground pool, $8,000, or 3.2% of the total value of the house. You're definitely not getting all your money back for that. But does it make your house worth more than it was without the pool? Yes, it does. But you're not recouping all that money that it cost you to install that pool. It may make the house more desirable to some people. I know some people are going to argue, yeah, but then your taxes go up, the insurance goes up because you got a pool, and not everybody wants a pool. Okay, well, then this house is not for them. But those who have a pool are willing to pay more for it and seek it out, so it may sell quicker because it's got a pool. You follow? Don't confuse desirability with value. Now, some may say the house down the street sold for, well, let's take a look at it. We'll put it in our CMA. Make sure we're comparing apples to apples here. Yeah, that house is brand new. That's why it sold for more. It's also bigger than yours. Has more bedrooms, more baths, larger size rooms. Okay. I mean, why did the house sell for more? You know, a lot of times people just say, well, the house down the street sold for more money than what you're telling me I should sell mine for. Okay, well, is it the same thing that we're trying to sell? That's just like theirs? And when did that house sell down the street? All these are factors we need to take into consideration. Well, let's just try listing the house for a higher price for a little while, see if we could get more. Let's just try it out for a little while at a higher price. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the first few weeks of a listing are the most critical during this introductory period of your home to the market. Listings can get stale if overpriced, and the longer it's on the market, buyers will question what's wrong with it. The first price reduction they end up doing is probably going to be more than the total commission that you were asking in order for them to sell, in order for you to sell their house to begin with. So don't get caught chasing the market by overpricing it in the beginning, or you may end up losing a lot more than anticipated, especially if the market is declining, let alone in a stable one. All right. So, I mean, I've had issues where I made this argument a lot of times with people, but they still want to, well, I want this much for my house, and I want to try selling it for more at the beginning. And I'm like, well, where are you getting that number from? Well, that's how much I want. Okay. Well, although you're the one who decides how much you want for your house to list it for, there is nothing that comes near the amount that you're asking that's recently sold, or sold in the longest time for that matter, in this area. Where did you get that number from? Well, I want to get that much money for it. Okay. And that, you know, I've had, you know, here, let me give you an example. I went to this one listing. I went to this one listing appointment with this guy one time, trying to get a listing. It was the house was about 8 or 9 years old. It was one of 5 houses that builder built on that block, and they were all using the same architectural design. But this this guy wanted, how much was it that he wanted? He wanted $380,000 for his house. And at the time, the next door neighbor's house just sold that month, which was the same exact blueprint, the same exact house right next door to him. You don't get comps that good. You normally never find anything that good. Normally it's a house that's different, that's recently sold. You got to make adjustments for the differences and try to get a right price range on it. I mean, this is an exact duplicate of the house. It just sold. We know how much it sold for. It sold for $340,000. I want $380,000. Okay, why? What makes you think your home is worth $380,000? Did you do any work to the house since you bought it? No. Well, when I bought it, I didn't like that cheap builder's carpet, so I replaced some carpet. But your house is mostly hardwood floors. Well, we got the runner carpets and the carpet in the bedroom. Okay. Keep in mind that's 8 or 9 years old now. Right? Well, well, I didn't like the sinks that they put in. I didn't like the sinks and toilets, and I replaced them too. It had 3 bathrooms. So he was like, I didn't like the sinks. They had little chips in them. It was cheap. So I replaced the sinks and the toilets. Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if you're buying a house, do you expect it to have a sink and a toilet? Do you guys expect a house to have a sink and a toilet in the bathroom?
Yes.
So is that going to make the house worth any more because it's got a sink and a toilet that the guy replaced? Well, let's play devil's advocate for a minute. Is there anything special about that sink or toilet? Is it the Al Bundy Super Flush 2000? Is that what he had there? That toilet that could flush anything? Is it some kind of, is it a heat? Does it have heated seats or a bidet built into it or something like that? No. People are not going to pay more for a normal toilet. They expect because you didn't like that toilet. It's there's nothing special about it that brings up the price on it. It's not going to make your house worth anymore. So far, the only difference is he pointed out is that he's got some carpet that he replaced 8 or 9 years ago, and he swapped out the sink and toilet 8 or 9 years ago because he didn't like the ones that they installed. Does that make your house worth more? No. Especially 8 or 9 years later. I don't see how you could justify your house being worth $40,000 more. You know what he tells me? It's not my job, it's yours. With a straight face. And I was like, well, no, it's not. My job is to estimate the value of a home based on supportable evidence that I can justify. I can't justify the price that you're asking here. And it's not a matter of me having to justify it. I'm trying to duplicate what an appraiser would do. Because ultimately, any buyer that comes in and makes an offer on your house, they're probably not going to be buying all cash. They're most likely going to need a loan to buy your house. And no lender is going to lend you $40,000 more to a buyer to buy a house that an appraiser tells them is worth $40,000 less. Because they'll never recoup their money in the event they ever needed to foreclose. So banks do not lend more than an appraiser says that a property is worth. It just doesn't happen. So we have to try to price the home properly based on that. Well, then we just need to find a cash buyer. Guys, sometimes you got to deal with this. How do you overcome these objections? Sometimes it's like talking to a freaking wall. People are just not, they're living in la la land or something. They're trying to justify something that's unjustifiable. And I'm like, listen, this is ultimately your house. You set the price on how much you want for it. My job is to help educate you and guide you through it because I'm the professional. I'm pretty sure I've sold more houses than you have. So I'm trying to guide you on how to price the home to make sure it gets sold to that you're not disappointed later on. I mean, why waste all of our time trying to list the property, sell it, find a buyer that they're not going to make an offer that you want. And if they do, the lender's not going to lend them the money for it because there's no comps in the area that could justify the price. So why not just price it right out the gate so that you could sell it? Well, that's how much I want, and we kept going back and forth with this. And I was just like looking at the guy and I was like, all right, I could see that this guy is one of those people. He's going to be a major pain in the ass the entire time I got the listing. He's probably going to be one of these guys that are going to be constantly calling me up, complaining that I didn't get him any offers yet and that I'm not doing any work on his property or enough work on his property, that I should be advertising it on the front page of the New York Times or some kind of bullshit like that, So I was like, just listening to him ranting and explaining, my eyes started just like glazing over after a while. And I'm just staring at him across the table. And I do this. I start putting my paperwork together and, I pull out a couple of business cards. I pushed him towards him on the table, and I start standing up and reaching my hand out to shake his hand. And while he's still talking to me, like angry about wanting his price, and I'm like, as I'm standing up to shake his hand, he's just like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I can see you're not ready to sell yet." I said, "So, I'm not in the business of just taking listings just to have listings, and then you get angry at me because I wasn't able to do my job. I don't make promises to clients that I can't keep. I try to keep things realistic, and I can see you're not ready to listen to that. You're not ready to sell your home yet. So I wish you the best of luck. It was a pleasure meeting you today. I hope you're able to sell your home. And look, if you decide ever that you want to take some professional advice in selling your home, here are my business cards. Please do give me a call. I'll be glad to come back and list your property. But I can see you're not ready. Have a good day." And I put my hand out to shake his hand. And the guy was stunned, like, "You're turning down my listing? You're walking away from me?" He was all pissed off about it. And I was like, you know what? You always feel like, damn, I could have gotten that listing. I know I could have gotten that listing. But there's a question I always ask myself, and you guys should also write this down in your notes. This is a question you should always ask yourself in situations that could be difficult or situation, any hard major decision. Hell, you could use this in anything in life, not just in business. It could help guide you in your decision making, and it's not that scientific. Here's the question you should ask yourself all the time. Are you ready? Are you ready? Everybody paying attention?
Yes.
Is the juice worth the squeeze? It's a pretty simple question. Is the juice worth the squeeze on this? Is it worth my effort to go through this? Or is this guy just going to be a major pain in my ass the entire time? He's going to be busting my balls, writing negative stuff online and every place about me because he wasn't happy about what I did. Is he going to be blaming me for the reason why his house didn't sell? And he's going to be a pain in the ass the whole time. And I know I'm not going to be able to sell it. I know that if I take the listing and I overprice it, I'll probably get other buyers that call in, which then I could flip to something else and show them other properties and make money off of selling them those. But is it worth the hassle dealing with this guy who's basically a jerk? And he's going to be a nonstop pain in my butt. At that point, I asked myself that while sitting there at the table with him as my eyes were glazing over. I was getting a headache listening to him. So I was like, is the juice worth the squeeze on this guy, really? And I had to make that decision right there. And I was like, pack it up. Later, dude. You have to sometimes, just let go. Don't be married to any transaction. Don't be married to any deal. Even though you want it and you want it bad, don't be afraid to walk away from deals. And I tell you what, you feel good sometimes when you do, because, you don't need to suck up to people, especially when they're being jerks like that, So I just got out of Dodge. And listen, we never even got to the point of my commission and talking about my commission. We were just talking about the value of his home. I kept an eye on this. He eventually did list the property. I won't talk about the company he listed it with, but he listed it, and the agent took it at whatever price that he wanted. And then she added her commission on top of that. He wanted in his pocket $380. That wasn't counting the commission. So she listed it for even more than that amount. She listed it like for $4 something. And I was just like, no freaking way is that house going to sell for that. And so I just watched, she got that listing for, I think it was a year. She got a year listing on it too. And that house sat and he never changed the price. Then after that year listing, he listed it with another agent for 6 months. And he lowered the price a little bit. Didn't sell. Now you could tell the guy was thinking, oh, I got smart now. Now he only started giving 3-month listings. So he lowered the price some more. Still not at what I recommended it at. Didn't sell, expired again. Now he got it listed one more time for another 3 months with another company, different companies every time. And this time, now he's finally at the recommended price that I gave him almost 2 years ago. And since then, the real estate market values have been going down. All in all said, the house eventually did sell. Take a guess how much it sold for. Remember, he wanted $380 for it, plus the commission added on top, and you know, at the beginning there. And I told him the price that could be the best that we could get would be $340. Yeah, maybe slightly higher, but $340. Plus, it was a declining market. Guess how much he eventually sold it for?
$330. $320. $300.
$280. $100,000 less than he was arguing with me that he wanted for the house. Why? Because the market took a dive. If he just would have listened to my advice at the beginning and priced it properly from the beginning, we could have sold it for $340. And I could have gotten him a buyer right away for it. But wanting to price it $40,000 more, plus commission on top of that, that's how much he wanted in his pocket, $40,000 more than the closest comparable. It sat for 2 years and he eventually sold it for 100 grand less than what he originally wanted. So there you go. Lesson learned. And here's a question you should always ask sellers too. If you guys come about and finally agree on a price now, because now you have to convince them that the house was worth so much or whatever, and now you list it at that. You got to ask the seller this as a serious question. Okay, we agreed upon this price now to put as the listing price because it's reasonable based on comparables that the house could sell for this amount of money, right? What if I put it on the market and the first or second day or the first week we get a full price offer? Are you prepared to accept that full price offer? Or are you going to start thinking that, oh, it's too soon, maybe we could have gotten more? This is human psychology. This is sometimes what happens. And I've had this happen to me too, where we agreed on an asking price and the seller got it that quick because, hey, our timing was perfect. We put the house on the market at the right price at a time that a buyer was looking in this area and willing to purchase it and make an offer. You hit the triple Lindy. Everything lined up for you. That's perfect. Oh, it's too quick. I think we could probably get more money for it because we got an offer that fast. We may not been asking enough. So they didn't accept the offer, and they actually raised the price of the house. We put the house up in the MLS. You don't see that happening much. The house never sold. So I had a year listing on it. We never even got another offer on the house. Forget about it selling. We never even got another offer on the house for the rest of that year. But we got an offer the first week. Boom. Full price. They turned it down. So it's a serious question you need to ask buyers or sellers. If we get an offer the first day we put this house on the market, full price offer, what are you going to do? Will you accept it? Or are you going to be like, well, we could probably get more money for it. Let's not accept it. Let's do a counter offer even higher than our asking price. You know, I wouldn't advise you do that. You know, you got lucky. Good. You got your full price. Don't be greedy. Greed kills. You know. All right. So the first week of listing, the first weeks of a listing are the most critical during this introductory period. Listings can get stale if overpriced, and the longer it's on the market, buyers will question what's wrong with it. The first price reduction is probably more than the total commission you were charging to begin with when overpriced. Don't get caught chasing the market by overpricing a property. And now when you're finally lowering that price, the market price went down, you're kind of still overpriced. So that's what happens if you're up here and the market value's here, the market price drops, you finally drop, you think you're in line, you're not. You're still overpriced. You have to make a drastic price reduction to get ahead of the market. That's sales. It's the way it works. Okay. So don't get caught in chasing the market either. You have to understand that concept and explain it to people as well. It's not a bad idea to also, here, we should probably add another slide in there, ask them what they're willing, what they'll do if they get a full price offer. Yeah. Let's add that as another slide in there, Important question for sellers. Okay. Ask the seller once an asking price or listing price has been agreed upon, what will they do if they get a full price offer the first day or week the property is on the market? Will they accept it? Or will they think they underpriced it, get greedy, and not accept the gift that's before them, right before them? Yeah, that's an important question to ask, believe it or not. That's just a little advice for you right there. Ask the seller once a listing price has been agreed upon, what will they do if they get a full price offer the first day or week the property's on the market? Will they accept it? Or will they think they underpriced it, get greedy and not accept the gift that's right in front of them? If they are lucky enough to price it right, get a full priced offer from a buyer when they place their home on the market, some people get second thoughts that they may be able to get more and mistakenly don't accept the offer, and no other offers ever come in later. Okay. And that's it for this chapter. That was chapter 10, listing agreements. So let's do the key terms to review. You ready? Organization of brokers who work to sell each other's listings.
Multiple listing service.
4 is A, the MLS, multiple listing service. Price comparison for seller's use when listing.
Comparative market analysis.
CMA, like we just did. Yep. 1 is B. A listing given to any number of brokers, only the selling brokers paid.
Open listing.
6 is C. A listing that promises broker will be paid unless the owners sell on their own.
Exclusive agency listing.
2 is D. A listing that states broker will be paid no matter who brings the buyer, no matter who sells the property.
Exclusive right to sell listing.
3 is E, the exclusive right to sell listing. And a listing, illegal listing, broker keeps everything above a certain figure.
Net listing.
5 is F, the net listing. All right. And that concludes chapter 10 on listing agreements. Now, the next chapter, it's going to be long. It's got a lot of information in there. It's got a lot of exam questions coming from it as well. Because look, this business is based on contracts, right? So you got to understand contracts, contract law and such. But we as real estate agents, we not only have to follow general contract laws and principles in general, we also have to follow real estate licensing law, the administrative code that the Real Estate Commission put into place. We have to follow real estate law as well as general legal principles. And so this chapter, we're going to learn about that stuff. So let's open up chapter 11. Boom, get through it. Oh, while we wait for that to open, I'm going to throw out the morning poll. Get that out there. So this is chapter 11, real estate contracts. This chapter, we're going to discuss not only real estate specific contracts, but we're going to talk about general contract law. That's actually how we're going to start out, talking about some general contract legal principles of contracts. Then we're going to get more into specifics about real estate contracts. We as real estate agents also have to follow real estate licensing law, as well as the state and federal laws, as well as the Real Estate Commission's rules and regulations. This chapter, you'll probably get a lot of questions on exams stemming from chapter 11, because contracts are a big part of this business, and there's a lot of topics that are covered. So there's a lot of laws, key terms, principles, all kinds of stuff like that that we'll get from this chapter as well. Okay, so in addition to those first couple of chapters, chapter 11 is one that has a lot of questions coming out of it as well. So without any further ado, let's get started with real estate contracts. So in this chapter, we're going to describe the essential elements of a valid contract, including the effects of the statute of frauds. We're going to learn about what a statute of frauds even means. We're going to identify different types of contracts and issues that affect validity of them. And we're going to explain various contracts used in the real estate business. Well, let's start off with this question. What is a contract? It's a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act. Now, that legal act has to be supported by something of value. For any contract to be valid or legal, it has to there has to be an exchange of something of value between the parties. So let's highlight a contract can be defined as a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act supported by legal consideration. Consideration's a fancy word for compensation that's given between the parties there. So let's highlight that. And then let's also write that compensation under the word consideration. There are four essential elements to any valid contract: competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality or purpose of the contracts. These are the four essential elements that make any contract valid. So let's write the number 4 in front of the title, Essential Elements of a Valid Contract. Highlight that title, and then highlight the title of each one of those essential elements: competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and the legality or of the object or purpose of the contracts. And then there are 3 legal forms of consideration, so we're also going to highlight that there too. Consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other in the exchange. It's that something of value that we spoke about. So in order to enter into a contract and to have that contract be legally binding, all the parties to the contract have to be adults, number 1. You got to be of legal age and of sound mind. So to enter into a binding contract, okay, so let's just get this. Let's see if they changed any of the wording here in this book. Wow. The newer book still got it wrong. So let me read what the book says. It's slightly different than what is on the screen in front of you for competent parties. It says to enter into a binding contract in New Jersey, a person must be at least 18 years of age and of sound mind. That's correct. They should have a full stop right there. But New Jersey permits married minor who's at least 17 years of age to contract for the purchase of real property. That's totally wrong. You cannot get married at age 17 in New Jersey. In the past, you could get married as young as 16 years of age with parental consent in New Jersey. But anything under 18, you're a minor. And there was a lot of advocacy against human trafficking and child abuse. So these groups that were against child abuse and the human trafficking, especially New Jersey being a sanctuary state and people being welcomed here from all over the world that cross our border, often they never assimilate to our culture and our ways of doing things. And so in some cultures, it's perfectly fine for a 60-year-old man to marry an 8-year-old girl. That's disgusting. Well, either way, that still wouldn't apply to the law here in New Jersey, but the child advocate groups and human trafficking, anti-human trafficking and child protection, they managed to pass laws in the state here of New Jersey that says you cannot get married in New Jersey unless you're 18 years of age. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about 17 years old here. A person who's married and at least 17 years old. You can't get married under the age of 18. So New Jersey permits a married minor. Well, just right off the bat, that doesn't make sense, a married minor, right? Because you're a minor, you're not considered a competent party. How could you consent to this? Unless your parents gave you permission. But thing is, in some cultures, parents will sell off their kids, believe it or not, they do. So New Jersey permits a married minor who's at least 17 years of age to contract for the purchase of real property. Persons under 18 may enter into a valid contract, but the contract is voidable by the minor up until they reach the age of 18. Now, why would that be? Because they're not a competent party. Now, I do not think that there's questions on the exam about this because I brought it up to PSI and the Real Estate Commission for the last few versions of this book. And this version is just as bad with their explanation. But they wouldn't let on, or maybe they don't know what questions are on their own exam, because I told them that they should update any questions that are on their exam to be in compliance with New Jersey law that says that you cannot get married if you're under the age of 18. But if they do have questions like that, obviously they did not fix them. So for exam and exam purposes only, if you get a question on exam and it asks you if this could be a legally binding contract, if an adult enters into a contract of sale to a minor, if they're married minors, then it is a legally binding contract. That's only for exams, not for real life, okay? Only for exams, not for real life. Because in New Jersey, you cannot get married if you're a minor, okay? All right, now let's, we got all these highlights here. And then all the way down to the bottom as well, the, what is that? The valid contract can be verbal, oral, or in writing. And the parole evidence rule states that written contracts take precedence over verbal agreements or promises. Okay. Okay, so let's go over these other details on the next slide. Next slides. So, number one, competent parties. You got to be at least 18 years of age or older in New Jersey. Got to be sound mind, sane, sober adults with no mental disease or defects. Okay, so I give my explanations that I usually talk to you about instead of just reading what the book has and the highlights and then giving you my separate explanation of it. I've got the explanations written right here on the slide. So, if you're under 18, a contract is voidable by the minor because they're not a competent party. See if we could even add that in there. And then the for exam purposes only, not in real life, because the laws have changed to protect minors. The exams have not yet been updated to reflect that. Under no circumstances can a minor be considered an adult in New Jersey any longer. So for exam purposes only, not in real life, because the laws have changed to protect the minor. All right, so for exam purposes only and only for exam purposes, a minor under the age of 18 can get married with parental consent and would be considered an adult. So contracts with these married minors are considered adults, so contracts are legally binding. That's not in real life, once again. That's only if you see that on exams. Why is that post like a link? Is there a link to that? Oh yeah, look at that. I got a link to it. Okay. So let me take that other graphic off. So this is a link right here. So we're going to click on that link. And we're going to see where it takes us to prove my point that this is only for exams and not in real life. Now, a lot of people don't realize this too, but former President Trump was big against human trafficking and child protection. He put a lot of rules in place that actually ended up shutting down a lot of websites out there that had classified ad sections that pertains to dating and such like that, because a lot of it ended up being for prostitution. And he got legislation passed that basically could hold these platforms, these websites, responsible for any harm to children that were forced into prostitution or being sold and human trafficking. They could be held criminally liable for that. So all of a sudden you see these dating sections from classified ad sections on websites, everything like Craigslist, all these other places disappearing like overnight. Because of something that President Trump did, because he was actually big on protections for children and against human trafficking. But New Jersey, these groups also appealed to New Jersey and they got laws passed here as well. So I clicked on this link and let's see, did it open up the site? Let's see. Yeah. So you can see this is the fine law. Is everybody at the website right now? Can you see this fine law?
Yes.
Okay. So New Jersey marriage and age requirements. This was as of September 14th, 2020. Anyone who is of the age of 18, anyone who's the age of a majority, 18 in most states, and who meets other criteria is free to marry whomever they want. Okay, some states may have exceptions and allow you to get married earlier than that, but many states have marriage age limits that allow for minors to get married in certain circumstances. However, more states are banning child marriage. That's the best way to explain it. It is a child marriage. For instance, prior to 2018, New Jersey couples were permitted to get married as young as 16, like I said, even though the book is now quoting 17 for some reason, with parental consent, while minors younger than 16 were permitted to get married with the approval of a court. Now, on June 2018, New Jersey became one of the first states to ban child marriage, and now there is a clear minimum age of 18 with no exceptions. The main provision of New Jersey's marriage age requirement laws are listed in the chart below. So let's see, New Jersey's age minimum laws are listed in the chart below. Minimum legal age with parental consent, 18. So even with parental consent, 18. Minimum legal age without parental consent, 18. No exceptions. Minors under the age of 18 cannot get married in New Jersey, not even by the court. The court can't even say so. So, the book is wrong. I'm not going to assume that PSI, the state's exam giver, is correct either. So I'm going to tell you, if you do get a question like that on exam, it's probably based on the old law that they still have yet to correct. Okay? So just be wary of that. I'm going to send another notice to the book manufacturer for them to fix it. Obviously, this is the way they fixed it, and it's still wrong. But PSI, I don't think that they're correct either. So I'm going to put a note for myself, PSI and Dearborn. To correct child marriage age. 194. Okay. Okay. So for exam purposes and exam purposes only, when can a adult married to a contract, when can a contract be legally enforceable against a minor? If they're married, then they're considered an adult, and the contract against them can be enforced against them. Otherwise, they're not considered a competent party. I don't know how being able to be married off because your parents gave you that permission to would make you any more competent, you know, because they figure if you're competent enough to get married, yeah. But then again, some parents sell off their kids. So as ridiculous as that statement may sound, it's true. Look, you got some parents that are so reckless, they're sending their kids over the southern border unaccompanied or with strangers, you know. Not exactly the most parental thing to do. That's kind of reckless. Okay, so that would be the correct answer for exams. Does everybody understand that concept? of why I explained that to you and why I have not removed that from here, because even the book is giving you the wrong information on this. I'm not going to assume that the exam's any better, the state exam. So let's make sure that we have the correct information at hand. Everybody clear on this? Everybody good on this?
Yes.
Okay. So offer and acceptance, also known as mutual assent, is when the parties are in agreement to all the terms of a contract. It's said they have come to a meeting of the minds. That means they're in agreement, they're aware of, and clearly in agreement on all the terms. So the parties are aware of and in agreement to all the terms, which must be clearly stated and understood by both parties. The parties are aware of and in agreement to all the terms, which must be agreement to all the terms which must be clearly stated and understood by the parties. For school exam, the definition of the meeting of the minds is a narrower scope. They focus more on the financial aspect of it, the money. It's when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. How are you coming up with the rest of the cash? Okay, the financing method. But for the wider definition, the wider scope, which will be used for state exam, a meeting, offer and acceptance, or a meeting of the minds is when the parties are aware of and in agreement on all the key points, all the major points of the contract. For school exam, the definition you need to know is when they're aware of and agreed on price, down payment, and how are you coming up with the rest of the money, the financing method. Consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other in the exchange. That is consideration. In order for any contract, not just real estate, there has to be something of value exchanged between the parties in order for that contract to be legally enforceable. You know, each party has to have or do something or give something that's of value. It's just basic legal concepts. So consideration is something the parties, something of value the parties give or receive from each other in exchange. It is the entire purchase price. There's no separate agreements. It's the entire purchase price. And there are three legal forms of consideration. There are three legal forms of consideration. Legal tender. That's money or a mortgage loan. That's legal tender. An exchange of something of value, goods or services. And love and affection. No, they're not talking about prostitution. When they say love or affection, they talk about like a gift to your child. You're giving them the house, okay? Courts do recognize that love and affection is something of value, okay? But it should be clarified by being accompanied by a letter that explains that it is a gift. So you can't just, in New Jersey, you cannot just record $1 as the sales price in the public records. It should be accompanied by a letter that explains that it is in fact a gift. Okay, now, even though sometimes in tax records you do see $1 listed as the sales price, that's usually when a property's been refinanced. Or there was an exchange between family members, or they just did an update to the ownership records, but there was no exchange. Then they would update the price and they put $1 in there. But anytime a house is sold and you're putting those owners that into the public records, you cannot record a deed in the public records unless it reflects the actual price that the property sold for. So if you guys do ever see $1 or something like that, then it means it was a gift between the family members, or somebody was maybe removed because from the deed because they died, and then they just changed the price there as $1 because they had to put something of value there in order for that modification to be made. All right. So legal tender, exchange of something of value, or love and affection. Those are the three legal forms of consideration. Okay. Three legal forms of consideration. Okay. And then the fourth essential element of a valid contract is the legality of the object or the purpose of the contract. Legality or purpose of the contract. Make sure that that item that is being sold is legal. You can't have a contract that's enforceable in a court of law to sell crack cocaine or meth, because those are illegal substances. So the contract has to be for a legal purpose that is not against public policy. So it may not involve illegal purpose or substance. You cannot have a legally enforceable contract to murder somebody, because killing somebody is illegal. It's against the law. So you can't sue somebody because you paid them to kill someone and then they didn't do it. Okay. So legality of the object or purpose of the contract must be legal. It may not involve an illegal purpose or substance. Whatever you're selling or doing must be legal. It may not be against the law, public policy, in order to be an enforceable contract. Okay. So to recap, the four essential elements of a valid contract are competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose of the contract. And what are the three legal forms of consideration? That could be a question on exam as well. Legal tender, exchange of something of value, and love and affection. I already know this, though. You should be telling me. All right. Now, this is general contract law, not real estate specific. A valid contract can be oral, can be verbal, or it can be in writing. I can have a verbal agreement to sell you my cell phone, and that's legally enforceable in a court of law. Or to sell you a bicycle. But when it comes to real estate, certain contracts or contracts for the sale of real estate always need to be in writing according to state law. We'll see that on the coming slide. But let's go over this thing first. The parole evidence rule states that written contracts take precedence over verbal agreements, oral agreements, or promises. So an example would be a judge would throw out of court any verbal agreement or oral contract and rule in favor of one that produces evidence in court because they got it in writing. The contract in writing is the evidence. See, if you got one person that has a verbal agreement, but then someone can show it on paper, they're going to favor for the one that's got it on paper in writing because they got proof, they got evidence. You guys all seen People's Court or Judge Judy or one of those other judgy programs on TV before? You guys ever watch any of those legal programs?
Yes.
You ever see cases like this where somebody comes to court and they say what happened and then someone else says, well, I got this, I got this, I got this. And then who did they rule in favor of? You know, the one that's got the evidence, the one that's got the proof. So we already highlighted in the book the parole evidence rule stuff though, right? They're underneath the 4 essential elements of the valid contract, right? Down here at the bottom.
Yes.
Now, amendments and addenda, you need to understand what these terms are. They added this to the book for some reason now. But an amendment is a change, and an addendum has the word add in it. That's something you're adding to the contract, okay? So any contract that's modified after all parties have agreed to the contract, those changes have to be signed off on and agreed on. Because here, let's look at it at this point. If a contract's been signed by everybody, we as a real estate agent, we cannot make any changes to the contract because that's practicing law without a license. Let's start there. So you can't make any changes to the contract after everybody signed it. But if only one party signed a contract, like when they're making an offer, they sign the contract, they submit it off to the other side, and then the seller doesn't agree to it, they give a counter offer because they want to give a higher price. And then the buyer, you get on the phone with them and they agree to it. So you crossed out the price that was written on the contract and you wrote above that the different price that they agreed to. Well, you just voided the contract still once you touched it with a pen until such time you get both parties to initial next to that change. And any other changes on that contract have to be initialed next to those changes. Otherwise, the contract's void. So licensees must not make any changes or additions to a contract after both parties sign it. This is practicing law without a license. An amendment is a change to the contract, and any change voids the contract unless both parties initial or sign next to each and every change, agreeing to that modification. An addendum is anytime something is added. It has the word add in it, right? So anytime something is added to the contract, it must be done before both parties sign it. Otherwise, we're practicing law without a license. But we could add things to a contract as long as it's before both parties have signed it. And if only one party signed it, we got to make sure we go back and get the other one to sign off on it as well. Because unless you got both party signatures, it's not valid. So anytime something's added to the contract, it must be done before both parties sign it. Otherwise, this is practicing law without a license. All right. So that's basic what an addendum, amendment and addendum are. So I wrote here off on the side, this, in case you couldn't read my chicken scratch, I wrote this, that's what this is over here. You should write that there on the side of amendments and addenda. Licensees must not make any changes or additions to a contract after both parties signed it. This is practicing law without a license. It basically says all that somewhere in here, but I'm just getting straight to the point of it. Let me see. Yeah, because they like to blather on and on and on, blah, 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 blah. I get straight to the point. So you may want to write that in the margin there. Licensees may not make any changes or additions. Let me get my glasses for this one, make sure I write it clear. Okay. Whew. Ran out of space myself. I'd have to run the white out on all that to fit it all in there. I just ended up writing myself, this is practicing law, but that's practicing law without a license. So make sure you leave yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines there so that you have enough room to do it. So put it out in that margin far enough. I put it too close to the margin there. So licensees must not make any changes or additions to the contract after both parties signed it. This is practicing law without a license. Let me know when everybody's got that.
Got it.
Got it.
Got it.
So real estate licensees, that's us, we follow both contract law as well as licensing laws. So the Real Estate Commission rules state to be entitled to a commission. So Real Estate Commission rules state that to be entitled to a commission, state that to be entitled to a commission, a real estate broker cannot be paid unless they have some sort of authorization in writing by our clients or customers to be entitled to earn a commission. So basically, something in writing that they hired us and that they're agreeing to pay a commission. Okay, so it must be in writing with a listing agreement, exclusive buyer's agency agreement, a transaction broker agreement or referral agreement. These are the ways that we get paid. It's signed by the consumer. Now, referral agreements, those are signed between the two brokerages, not the consumer. But we still need to get it in writing to make sure that we're going to get paid by that other agency before we send them that referral, all that referrals information. It must be signed by the consumer. Anytime we sign a contract with a consumer, we got to give them a duplicate original, right? And it applies to sale or lease contracts, no matter who the broker is working for. On behalf of the seller, the buyer, the landlord, or the tenant. On behalf of the seller, buyer, landlord, or tenant. So the statute of frauds, anytime you hear the term statute of frauds, it usually requires something to be in writing to prevent fraud. So statute of fraud, sales contracts for real estate must always be in writing. Must always be in writing. And leases must be in writing only if they're 3 years or more. That's if a real estate licensee is not involved. If a licensee is involved, it must always be in writing, no matter the length of the lease. Leases can be recorded in the public records if they're 2 or more years. All right, so you need to know this for exam, what is in here, because this will absolutely, you'll see one or the other or both exams. Now, it's extremely risky to rely on verbal agreements, oral contracts for leases. They should always be in writing, but they're not required to be if the lease is less than 3 years, unless a real estate agent's involved, because all of our contracts must be in writing, always. And real estate licensees also follow real estate laws, the New Jersey statutes, Title 45, Chapter 15, as well as the Real Estate Commission Rules 11.5, Title 11, Chapter 5, which is the Administrative Code, that states we must always have contracts for sale or leases in writing, always. So licensed agents must never have verbal contracts, ever. Doesn't matter if it's a 1 week rental. It always got to be in writing when we do it. Good. Let's scoot that down a little bit. A little more room. This will be on exams. Make sure you got that stuff highlighted up. So we'll highlight that right there, and we'll write that right there. This talks about what you just seen on the previous slide. Statute of frauds. And I could almost guarantee you'll see this on exams. Leases longer than 2 years can be recorded. Let me know when you got that.
Got it.
Got it.
So contracts can be express or implied, unilateral or bilateral, executory or executed, valid, unenforceable, voidable, or void. Now let's learn what those terms mean. So on the next page, 195. Let's do these highlights. In an express contract, the parties state their terms and show their intentions in words. That's how you express yourself, in words, by using words. In a civil society, anyway. An implied contract, however, is one that's demonstrated by their acts and conducts, and it could leave a lot to interpretation. Okay. So one's actions could be construed and considered in a court of law. You know, let's keep it pertaining to real estate and not criminal behavior. When you have an express contract, you have a lease, for example, that lease is in writing. You know the rules you need to follow. You know when the rent is due. You know when you got to be out or renew your lease by. Say that your lease expires and you didn't sign a new one, but you still pay the landlord and you give them a check and they take that check from you and they cash it. The actions of the landlord taking that check and cashing it implies that they're okay with you staying there another month. You're now month to month. So in the eyes of the law, they cannot turn around now and evict you. They accepted the payment from you. However, when you're month to month, they only got to give you 1 month's notice that you got to go. So they could turn around and try to evict you the next month and not accept the payment from you. Now, there's also, let's look at another factor in this kind of an agreement, an implied contract. What are the rules you need to follow? When is the rent due? Does it go according to a contract that you don't have in writing? You know, it's all implied. It leaves a lot to interpretation. Let me ask you a question, see if you guys know the answer to this. When is a rent due when you're renting? When do you got to pay your rent by?
Is it the first of the month?
Most leases state in the written lease that rent is due on the first of the month, and therefore rent is due on the first of the month. If they forget to write that in the lease when the rent is due, what does New Jersey law state? It actually says that rent is due in the arrears. After, where's your rear? Your rear end, at the end of a term. So rent is due on the last day of the month rather than the first, according to New Jersey law. Unless it's specified in the lease when the rent is due in the arrears. Where's your rear? Behind, at the end of the term. It's a good way to remember what the term arrears means. Sounds like rear, like your rear end, right? Where's your rear? Behind, at the end, after the term, after you lived there for the whole month. So express contracts, how do you express yourself? In words. How are contracts get implied? How do you imply things? With your actions. Is it better to have an express contract or an implied contract?
Express.
Absolutely. Doesn't leave anything to guessing. You lay out all the terms in words, using your words to communicate. So a bilateral and unilateral contract now. Bi means two. So bilateral contract, both parties promise to do something. So let's highlight bilateral contract, both parties promise to do something. And there's a litmus test to determine whether something is a bilateral contract or not. Look at the last line there that I have underlined. It says, there's a statement that says, I will do this and you will do that. Okay. If I'm going to do something and you got to do something, that's according to the terms of a contract, then it's bilateral contract. On the other hand, a unilateral contract, uni means one. It's only one party's required to do something. But it's usually the other side has an option. You're not required to. And before we even get started in this, we as real estate agents cannot prepare option contracts. Any contracts where somebody has an option to do something must be prepared by attorneys. So unilateral contracts, let's highlight the definition that they got here. It's kind of wordy. I like the definition that I'm going to have on the next slide for you, but let's highlight it here anyway. A unilateral contract, on the other hand, is a one-sided agreement whereby one party promises to induce a second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. If the second party does comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise that they made. So it's an option. So basically one party agrees to do something, but only if the other decides that they want to do it. Okay, whatever it is. Now, the litmus test for this was deleted altogether from this paragraph, but it would be a statement like, I will do this if you will do that. Okay, that would be the statement to determine if something is a unilateral contract. I'm going to do this, but only if you do that. They seem to delete that statement altogether from this paragraph now. But I got it here on this slide. Okay, so express contract or not in this one. This express contract or implied contract. Express contract lays out all the terms, expressing the words in writing, leaving nothing to interpretation. Implied contracts are those that are expressed by one's actions rather than their words. And because it is demonstrated by that your act and conduct rather than the words, it may leave some things to interpretation. An example of an implied contract would be, like I gave you that example earlier, a lease expires, but the landlord still accepts the rent payment, but there's no contract in writing. In the eyes of the court, it's considered that the landlord's okay with you remaining there month to month. If a bank accepts a payment from an owner after the foreclosure process begins, this would be interpreted by courts that there could be some sort of an agreement between the lender and the owner for an alternate form of repayment to get caught up on the arrears. So the payment would serve as the borrower's evidence for any claim that they may have made stating that. So then the judge would throw the foreclosure out of court. This is why if you fall behind on your payments and bank's gonna foreclose on you, they stop making collection calls. And even if you were to call them to make a partial payment, they wouldn't accept it from you, not unless you could have paid everything that you're behind, every penny. Because it could be interpreted by the courts that you've got some sort of a implied agreement in place by that proof of payment, even with no words. Now, unilateral contract is a contract where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts, but they're not required to. Any contract where one party has an obligation to perform and the other has an option agreements must be prepared by attorneys. So an example is a lease with an option to buy. I will do this if you will do that. So the seller says, I will sell it to you at the agreed upon purchase price by the agreed upon deadline if you decide you want to buy it. So the seller's bound to sell you the property at the predetermined, pre-agreed upon purchase price if you decide to buy it before that predetermined deadline. Now, a bilateral contract, both parties required to do something. I will do this. I'm going to sell it to you, and you're going to buy it from me. That's a bilateral contract. No options involved. Contracts now can be executed, or executory. So let's go over that. Let's first, let's see. So executed contract is a contract that's been signed. Fully executed means it's been signed by everybody. So executed contract is a contract that's been signed. Have you executed the contract? What am I asking? Have you signed it? So we now have a fully executed contract. What am I asking? Has it been signed by everybody? So a contract signed by all parties, or a contract signed by everyone involved. Keep the definition simple. Pertaining to the status of a contract, it could also be pertaining to the status of a contract. It could also be pertaining to the status of a contract. So a contract that's been fully executed means that all the terms of the contract have been fully carried out. There's nothing, it's been fully performed. There's nothing left to be done. That's what a fully executed contract is. It's one where all the terms of the contract have been fully carried out and there's nothing left to be done. That's what we mean when we say it could be pertaining to the status of the contract. So fully executed contract depends on how we use it in a sentence. Have you fully executed the contract yet? What am I asking? Have you signed it? All right, so this word could be used pertaining to the status of the contract, but I've never heard it used that way. You know, fully executed could mean that all the terms of the contract have been completely fulfilled, everything's been done, and there's nothing left to be done. Now, contracts can be executory. An executory contract is a contract where there are still things left to be done. The offer's been accepted, but now we have to do what the contract required of us to do. It wanted us to do something, so now we got to do whatever the contract required of us to do. That's executory. Executory contract usually pertains to the status of a contract. Tory means in progress. So I never heard that used ever. I've been in real estate since January 2004. Never. I guess they study that, attorneys study that stuff in law school. Those are legal terms. Yeah, you probably won't see it on exam either. But you do need to know about executed, meaning signed or fully performed. So let's highlight an executed contract can be a signed contract. A fully executed contract is one that's been signed by all parties. So I'm only going to have you sign or highlight that definition. But if we were to look at the top, a contract can be classified either as executed or executory, depending on whether the agreement's been fully performed. An executed contract is one with both parties have fulfilled their promises and thus performed the contract. Executory contract exists when something remains to be done. Okay. I doubt you're going to get a question pertaining to the status of the contract, these things meaning that. So just focus on executed means signed, fully executed means signed by everybody, or fully performed. Now, pertaining to validity of contracts, a contract can be valid, void, unenforceable, valid, void, voidable, or unenforceable. So let's go over what that means. Well, a valid contract is one that meets all the essential elements. What are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract? We went over that this very chapter. A valid contract has all 4 essential contracts. Legal age, sound mind, what do we call that? Competent parties. Then somebody has to make an offer, somebody has to accept it. Something of value has to be given in exchange, that's consideration. And then legality of the object or purpose of the contract. Those are the 4 essential elements you must know for exam. So let's actually highlight a valid contract contains all essential elements. Got to do my invisible highlight here, or my digital highlighting. Let's see. A valid contract contains all the essential elements. And a void contract is a self-contradictory term because a void contract is not a contract at all. It's one that does not possess all the essential elements of a valid contract that makes it legally enforceable. Or it's one that has been already invalidated for some reason, that or canceled. That's a void. Like you make a change to a contract. You had a contract that was valid. It's been signed by everybody, but then you went in and you made changes to that without getting all the parties initialing on those changes. You just voided the contract, right? You just made it, you invalidated it. So a voidable contract is one that seems on the surface to be valid, but may be rescinded or disaffirmed by one of the parties. Let's highlight that, because that's probably what the topic that you'll probably get on an exam question about. And they give a couple examples there. Let's highlight those examples. A contract entered with a minor is usually voidable. So it's voidable by the minor, not by the adult. Because the minor can hold the adult to the contract because the adult is a competent party, but the minor was not. That don't sound fair, does it? That the minor can void the contract, but the adult cannot? Well, you're an adult. You should be smarter than that. You should know that you should not enter into contracts with minors because you're the adult, you're the competent party. The contract can be enforced against you. You can't enforce a contract against a kid, a child. They're not competent. That's like signing a contract with somebody that's insane. Can you enforce a contract against somebody who's not of sound mind because they're insane or they have Alzheimer's or dementia or some other mental disease or defect? No, you cannot enforce such contracts. And then an unenforceable contract, neither party can sue to force performance. But we're going to get into the details of that on the next slide, where I actually give some examples. Oh, here, you guys are already seeing that slide. All right. So validity, everybody got these highlights though, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, a valid contract meets all the legal requirements to be enforceable. Voidable can be disaffirmed by one of the parties. It may be missing one of the essential elements. Some examples: a contract with a minor. Here, let's clear that up a little bit. A minor, not somebody who digs for coal. It's a child. With someone under the influence of drugs or alcohol, they're not of sound mind. One party under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or one party that's not of sound mind ever, or undue influence means that you were taken advantage of, or duress, that means by force or intimidation. That is duress, by force or intimidation. An unenforceable, voidable by one of the parties. So an unenforceable contract, neither party can sue to force performance. However, if they both want to remain in the contract, it would be valid between the parties. One example of this is both parties signed a contract and you as a real estate agent made a change to that contract without getting everybody's signature on it. Okay, actually, nah. That's voidable. One of the parties can disaffirm it if they wish. That's an example of a voidable contract, actually. Here's a better example of an unenforceable contract. Both parties are drunk when they sign the contract. Here, so I'm going to change this a little bit. One party is under the influence of drugs or alcohol. An unenforceable contract, neither party can sue to force performance. However, if they both want to remain in the contract, it would be valid between the parties. An example of this is if they were both drunk, right? I'm not going to give that example right here, though. It's in the book. If both parties were drunk, the seller wanted to sell the property and the buyer wanted to buy it. They were both drunk when they signed the contracts. Neither one was a competent party at the time, so neither one of them would be able to sue to force performance if they didn't carry out the terms of the contract. But if when they both sober up, the seller still wants to sell and the buyer still wants to buy, they still could carry out the terms of the contract. This is known as being valid between the parties. That's what that means, okay? So they could still go through with the terms and it'll still be valid, but neither party can sue to get a judge to force them to carry out the terms that they agreed to in the contract because they were both drunk. It's unenforceable. A void contract is a contradictory term because a void contract is not a contract at all. It cannot be enforced by either party because it has been canceled or is illegal to begin with. That's what a void contract is. So on exams, you'll probably need to know the difference between valid, voidable, unenforceable, and void. You got to know undue influence and duress. Undue influence, taken advantage of. You're influencing them in some way. You're taking advantage of them. And duress means force or intimidation. You're under duress because I got a gun to your head, right? So for duress, actually, let's go to the next slide. We could have highlights for those. Under duress, force, or under influence being taken advantage of. Now, those contracts, they could be invalidated by either party or by the court. So you got to be careful. You must be extremely cautious when dealing with elderly people or those who may be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Be aware of any possible mental disease or defect, whether it's Alzheimer's, dementia, insanity, bipolar, or any other thing that could affect their mental state. Especially when dealing with elderly people, Alzheimer's, dementia, you can't see if somebody's sane. You cannot see if their brain is working properly. They may look and they may act normal, and it could be hard to detect at first, right? Look out for small clues. Like if you're going in for a listing and you're meeting with an old person, be respectful, people. But you may want to ask a question like, or you may want to try to take note of how they respond to questions. Make note of the year that they write down when they sign their name. Tell them to put the date there next to it, you know. Make sure that they don't think they're in 1940, you know, that they're in the proper year. They may seem sharp as a tack and everything's going on good upstairs, but they just don't know what time they're in or where they're at. That may be a first indication they're not of sound mind, right? Or you may want to ask a question like this. Is there anybody else that needs to be signing contracts with us here today, or are you the only one that we need to have here? Okay. Now you're basically asking them to see if they're aware. Maybe there is a relative or family member that is their legal guardian. They may not remember, they may not know. But then again, they may. You may have stirred something momentarily in their brain that they're like, I've had that happen before. Because I've had instances before where I went in and I got a listing, only to find out later I got a call from a lady saying that I went to my mother's house and I seen she had all this paperwork from real estate agents, and she said she listed her property for sale with you. My mom's not selling her property. I'm her legal guardian. My mom's got dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever it was. And what do I do at that point now? What do I do with the listing?
To take it off.
Because some stranger called me on the phone and told me this? See what I mean? Yeah, you gotta verify it first. Trust but verify. I don't know if this for all I know, this could be some other realtor that's trying to get the listing, you know, and they're trying to get me to cancel it, you know. I don't know. So what you should do at this point, still continuing representing your client. And what you could say to this person that calls you up, all right, I'm just going to need some sort of a letter from the court or attorneys or whatever that states that you actually are your mother's legal guardian. Otherwise, I have to represent her interests, because you may well be the daughter, but the mom still wants to sell the house. She has the right to sell her house that she owns. You may just not want her to sell her home because you think she's not going to be around for much longer and you want to have that house. You know, I don't know. We need to verify that you are her legal guardian and you do have the right to make those decisions on her behalf. So I'm going to need you to come into the office with those paperwork, and then we could get you to sign the release of the listing. Otherwise, we got to keep marketing the property for sale and showing it. Okay. And that's how you got to approach that. And she ended up being the daughter, and she did have the legal right. So we had her sign the paperwork and we canceled the listing. Then I dealt with older people after that before, and I still respect the older people. Respect your elder. But you got to look out for certain signs, because you can't tell what's going on up here. And I dealt with this one older guy. He was all shaky and stuff, and he was a little bit hunting for his words, kind of like Joe Biden. And and real nice fellow. But as we're signing paperwork, I recalled my instance with the last lady, and I was like, which was not that long before this occurrence, so it was still fresh in my mind. And I was like, is there anybody else that needs to be signing paperwork with us here today? And he was like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. I got to call my son. He lives around the corner. Let me call him. Let me get him over here. He's like, you know how it is. He's like, when they're young, you take care of them. When you get older, they got to look out for you. I'm like, yeah, I understand. So he called his son. His son came over, signed the paperwork with him, and we were able to list the property and sell it. So now I started using this as a regular thing when I met with older people. Be respectful, but I'd ask them, is there anybody else that needs to be signing contracts with us today? Because it's not like I'm asking them straight out, are you a little Looney Tunes? Is your cheese sliding off your cracker? You need to get someone else to, sign paperwork for you. That would be rude. So instead, I asked, is there anybody else that needs to be signing documents with us here today? And if there is, they'll say. If not, they'll say no. I had one lady, she was really sharp, older lady, real old, but she was sharp. She's like, "What are you trying to say?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Say, I know what you're trying to say." She's like, "I'm perfectly fine upstairs, and like she was like messing with me, and I thought that was cute. But you got to ask. You got to try to limit any possible issues in advance before they become issues. So anyway, that's how I approach it. You guys can approach it however you like. I just like to ask them, is there anybody else that needs to be signing the paperwork here with us today? And then, if they pursue it, you can say, oh, no, like, are there any other owners or family members that need to be signing with us today? You can try to play it off like that, so it doesn't come off as rude, like, oh, I was just checking to see that you had it all upstairs. Okay, so everybody got this highlighted: undue influence and duress.
Yes.
Yes.
So additional contractual issues that are coming up: performance of a contract, and that dates in contracts are simply guidelines. And if you miss dates, it does not mean that somebody's in breach of contract. That means that they broke the terms of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. But anyway, we're going to go over performance of contract, dates being guidelines. We're going to learn about this term called time is of the essence. We're gonna learn about the ways to discharge a contract. We're going to talk about default and breach of contract and what that means. We're going to also discuss the statute of limitations for lawsuits. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So let's start off with statutes of limitations. The statutes of limitations. Statute of limitations is a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. And there's a 6-year statute of limitations for foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. There's a 10-year statute of limitations to recover real property in New Jersey if you actually want to get the property back. And don't forget about that note. We as real estate brokers or agents, but our brokers either way, need to keep records, all records for a period of time, right? How long do brokers need to keep records for? 6 years. Interesting. Lawsuits for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud is also 6 years. Coinkydink, you think? There's no such thing as coincidence. All right. And that is rare when it is actually coincidence. So you need to know these for exam, what the statute of limitations are. Okay. Now let me change the page for you. And you can highlight it in the book, page 196 and 197. So New Jersey generally, let's see, is that, yep, it's still going between the 2 pages. New Jersey generally allows 6 years in which to bring a lawsuit to contract, court action to enforce their rights. The 6-year period to contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud, and lawsuits to recover real property in New Jersey have a 10-year statute of limitations. Or you could just snap a picture of this slide. And add it to your notes. So to study, guys, it's not a bad idea for all the things that we go through highlighting. Don't go just skimming through a book full of notes. It's not a bad idea. When I teach a class, you follow along in the book, you read the slideshows, I'm talking at you, so you're listening, you're reading, you're observing. You should also answer questions or ask questions and interact. And then on top of that, after class, after you have your relaxation period, your break, you should go back and take all the notes that we've highlighted or studied and copy them over into a notebook. So now you're reading them, you're processing what it is, and you're putting it in your own notes. This is actually a study habit. This is a great way to remember this stuff and to study. Because I do get students from time to time that say, how do you study? How do you remember stuff? How do you learn? It's actually not a bad question. I mean, how do you learn? How do you remember stuff? How are you expected to study? Nobody ever explained it to you how you're supposed to. What are you gonna do? Just look at the stuff again and look at it and try to keep it in your head by looking at it long enough, you know? Well, we have a lot of senses, right? We got 5 senses, right? So we're going to try to listen, watch, process, ask questions, interact, then read, process, and then write it, which is more processing. You will retain a lot more information just by doing these simple tasks. Moving along. Performance of a contract. And so we're going to look at breach of contract, time is of the essence, and all that stuff right after lunch. So breach of contract or default is when someone breaks their contractual agreement without having a good legal excuse to do so. Then they can be held legally and liable to the other party. Now, dates and contracts are merely guidelines as to help you out to follow to move the contract along. And if you miss one of those dates to get something done, you're not considered to be in breach of contract. But sometimes in a contract, you want dates to mean something. And if that's the case, we have this other term, time is of the essence, meaning it's very important. We should leave the use of this term strictly to attorneys to use, though. Time is of the essence. So this is a strict deadline that if it's not met, then the contract, then the parties would be in breach of contract, and the contract is automatically killed if they don't meet the deadline. So we should leave that use of that term to attorneys. Usually we'll order a time of the essence order. We'll ask an attorney to issue a time of the essence order. If we think that a buyer's leading us on, they're having trouble getting the financing. They were supposed to give us a mortgage commitment letter from their lender, stating that they're committing to giving them the loan, and by a certain date. And if they didn't come up with it by that certain date, we follow up with them, ask them, hey, you got that time of the essence, you have that mortgage commitment letter. And they say, oh yeah, I forgot about it. Let me call the lender and get it for you. They never get back to us, or they get back, or we follow up again and, oh yeah, we're still working on it. Oh yeah, you know, and you keep getting the brush off and they're never producing it. They may be keeping it to themselves and not sharing with us that the buyer's having trouble getting the loan. So they may be doing things in the background, shopping around, trying to get it. And if that's the case, we need to issue a time of the essence order if we feel like that's if that's what's going on, to try to get them to compel them to produce that mortgage commitment letter. And if they don't, then we're going to cancel the contract, put the property back on the market, and find another buyer. You know, so time of the essence order, that's usually when we order that. But it's a strict deadline. And that's what they mean by it's a double-edged sword, though, because it does cut both ways. Because what if they miss the deadline and the deal automatically gets killed because they missed that deadline, that strict deadline? And then the next day, they get us that mortgage commitment letter. Well, the contract's already killed. Can attorneys piece it back together? Sure. But does the other side have to piece it back together? No. Or they could insist on maybe putting it back together with different terms now. Now they may have a little bit of an upper hand then. So you got to be careful when using that term. But what do we call a strict deadline in a contract? Time of the essence. And when somebody broke the terms of the contract, we call that default or breach of contract. So let's highlight that time is of the essence. Means that the contract must be performed within the time limit specified, and any party who has not performed on time is guilty of breach of contract. Then assignment or assumption of a contract is when you assign your legal responsibilities of something that you're supposed to do in a contract. If you assign that to someone else to take on those responsibilities. That's called assignment. But if you do this, you're never relieved of your original obligation to the contract. If you find someone else to take over your responsibilities to a contract, well, that relieves that other person. If they don't do what they're supposed to, that took over your responsibilities, you're still liable and responsible because you're the original signer of the contract. So an example of this would be if you're leasing and you want to buy a house, and the landlord allows you to sublease to another tenant. If they allowed you to do that, to sublet to another tenant, to take on your obligation, but then they don't pay the rent, you're still liable for paying the rent. You're never relieved of that obligation. You're the primary person of that lease. See, most leases stipulate that you cannot sublet or sublease to another tenant. But if the landlord allowed you to, and that person does not do what they were supposed to do, you still hold primary responsibility. Everybody understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, novation is a way that you can substitute someone that's named in the contract with a new person, replacing one person named in a contract with another one, or replacing the contract entirely with another contract, where the original contract no longer has any legal force, or the original person named in the contract has any legal further responsibility. That's called novation, or novation of the parties if you're replacing a person in the contract. That's a way that you could legally relieve somebody of their obligations, is you novate the parties, or you could novate the contract just by replacing the contract with a new one. Now, the book doesn't really have a good definition for this. Well, let's take a look at the new version book here. Maybe they do. I don't know, but I doubt it. Let me see. Novation. No, not really. Okay, but so we will highlight this. Novation, or the substitution of a new contract for an existing agreement. The agreement can be between the same parties, or a new party may be submitted or substituted for another. It doesn't even make sense the way that they say it. It's a weird wording. At least to me, I don't know. Novation is basically you're replacing the original contract with a new one, or you're replacing the people named in the contract, so they have no further obligation or liability. That's it. This is weirdly worded, isn't it? Novation, or substitution of a new contract for an existing agreement. No, it's substituting an existing agreement with a new contract. The new agreement may be between the same parties, or a new party may be substituted for either. That's some weird wording that they got there. I don't know about you guys. That's some weird wording. I think my wording's a lot better here. So if I were you, I'd just snap a picture, replace this one. Substitution or novation is substituting or replacing an existing contract with a new agreement. The original contract holds no legal force because it was replaced. Novation of the parties is similar to novation. However, instead of replacing the entire contract, we're just replacing the parties named in the contract. The original person has no further liability. They're no longer bound to the contract because they've been legally replaced by another person. Okay, that's novation. Okay, let's look at the different ways we could discharge a contract. The contract can completely be performed with all of its terms carried out, or it can be breached. That means broken if one of the parties defaults. In addition, there are various other methods by which a contract can be discharged, and these include partial performance. That's when the parties only did a part of what the contract required them to do. They did not do everything the contract required of them. Substantial performance, when the parties performed the terms of the contract, but they did not substantially perform. That means they did not do everything exactly the way the contract wanted them to do it. Impossibility of performance means that the terms of the contract cannot be legally accomplished in some way, shape, or form. Like they couldn't get a permit to use the property for the intended purpose, or they're unable to get the certificate of occupancy due to condition or some other legal condition that can't be met. Mutual agreement. Both parties mutually agree to cancel the contract. Then in that case, nobody's in breach. Or by operation of law, as in with the voiding of a contract as a result of fraud, or a contract with a minor, or expiration of a statute of limitations, or the contracts being altered without all the parties agreeing to those altered terms. Remember, we need to get consent for any changes to a contract as required by all parties to the contract to sign off on those changes. So the law, operation of law could cancel that, void the contract. So let's, well, nothing really to highlight there, just that was just something to be explained. So default or breach of contract, page 198. All right. Default or breach is when someone violates the terms of the contract once again, and they don't have a good legal excuse to do so. They can be held legally or financially liable to the other party. We learned in an earlier chapter back on page 73 that an injunction is when a judge orders somebody to do something or to refrain from doing something. Let's just make sure you guys got that highlighted back on page 73. Was it? We highlighted that? Yeah, I believe we did. An injunction would, this would order the offender to take action, to rent to the complaining party, or to refrain from taking action. So that's what an injunction is. When a judge orders somebody to do something or to refrain from doing something. So we're going to go over now what happens in the event that the seller defaults. What are the buyer's options? What can the buyer do? And if the buyer defaults, what are the seller's options? What can the seller do? So I'm just doing some highlights and stuff in my book right now. Give me 1 second. All right, so the buyer could rescind the contract. If the seller defaults, the seller breaks the contract, what can the buyer do? The buyer could rescind the contract. That means to cancel the contract and recover all their deposit money, their earnest money deposit, they refer to that as, also referred to as a good faith deposit. Now, the buyer can sue the seller. This is called a suit for specific performance that would force the seller to carry out the terms of the contract as agreed. In other words, they could legally compel the seller to convey the property to them. So if a seller changed their mind and they don't want to sell, but they're already in a legally binding contract with that buyer, the buyer can sue the seller and get a judge to force them to turn over that ownership to that buyer as they agreed to in the contract. You can't just be like, nah, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm not selling to you, and have no consequences to that. So the that would be an injunction where the seller is ordered by a judge to do something, to turn over the ownership as they agreed to in their contract. The judge can order an injunction like that. Now, the buyer could also just sue for compensatory damages. That means suing them for money, damages. All right, now, liquidated damages is an agreement made in advance about how much money is going to serve as compensation if one of the parties, usually the buyer, defaults. On page 216, you guys can go and highlight this. So move ahead to page 216 for a moment, just to highlight this. Oh, is that on 216? Nope, it's on 217 now. 217. You see where it says liquidated damages in bold about a little bit further than halfway down the page? We're going to highlight liquidated damages are an amount of money agreed to in advance by the buyer and seller that serves as compensation if one of the parties does not live up to the contract. That's all it is. It's an agreement about how much money will serve as compensation if one of the parties does not live up to their end of the contract. It doesn't say where that money is to come from. If it were, and the seller, for instance, wanted to make a claim against the buyer's deposit money, then they couldn't chase after them for any amount over what they put down. So your liquidated damages agreement could be for a lot more money than that. So if the wording stipulates where that money would come from, then the seller wouldn't be able to collect anything more than that amount that they got there. But if you just stuck to the purity of a liquidated damage agreement, that it just states how much money is going to serve as compensation, but not necessarily where it's coming from, then the seller can sue the buyer if the buyer breaches the contract for them to pay them that amount of money. Some of it could come, then a judge could say, okay, well, some of it can come from the deposit money, but you also owe them this. But if you have in the agreement, you're spelling out that that the seller can take the deposit money, well, then the seller can't go after any additional money in excess of that. You can only get whatever you're talking about there in the agreement. All right, so you guys got this highlight for liquidated damage on page 217?
Yes.
And go back to page 198. We're going to go over now, if a buyer defaults, what can the seller do? If the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? If a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract, it's not a standard thing in all contracts, yet the book makes it sound like it is. And I think at one point they even mentioned that, but it is not a standard thing in all contracts. If a liquidated damage agreement was added into the contract, the seller can declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated that they can, and if it was agreed to that they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. So this is why we went over that definition, liquidated damages, now, because they're referring to it. And since they're referring to liquidated damages, we might as well have that know what it means, right? And we had that definition. What was it on page 217? Yeah, 217. So next to where it says liquidated damages, write, highlight the term liquidated damages and write page 217. So you have that little cross reference right there. And the seller can sue for compensatory damages, forcing the buyer to pay. Sorry, I jumped way ahead here. So the seller could rescind the contract as if it were never made. However, this would require them to return all the deposit money to the buyer. The seller can sue the buyer for specific performance, but in order to do that, the buyer would have to be a moron, because the seller would have to give them the sign the ownership, sign the deed over to the buyer, give them the deed. Now they're the owner. Now they could chase after them for payment of the property. So if a buyer wants to back out of the contract and they don't want to follow through with it, usually a judge is not going to force a buyer to take on a 30-year mortgage to purchase a property that they don't want. You know, there's other options that they, other penalties that could be put in place. So, but if a buyer took on the ownership of the property, they took that deed, well, now they got to pay for it. What were you thinking the seller was just going to give you the property? So in that circumstance, a seller can sue a buyer for specific performance, but they would have to first sign over the ownership to that buyer before they paid them. The seller can also sue for compensatory damages, forcing the buyer to pay them money. So let's do these highlights. The book didn't do a good job of highlighting that these are two different sections here. So you could just underline it or put a box around it or an asterisk next to it, just to show that these are different sections here. These should be titles, but you could either underline them or put them in a box like this and then do these highlights. And then next to this, you're going to write page 217, not 216. That's what it used to be. Now it's 217 because it's a page out. Let me know when everybody's got that.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay. So contracts used in the real estate business are basically already prepared contracts approved by the real estate commission that we could use. We basically fill in the blank lines in these contracts. We don't write contracts from scratch. All right. We basically just fill in the blank lines. You should make sure that there's no blank lines in a contract. And us as real estate licensees, we could only prepare sales contracts for 1 to 4 family homes and single buildable residential lots. Anything else is considered commercial real estate, and those contracts need to be prepared by attorneys. The way that we start the transactions for commercial properties that we market, though, is by preparing a non-legally binding term sheet or an intent to purchase or lease. where we lay down all the terms on a piece of paper. Both parties sign off that they agree to those terms. Then we hand over that term sheet to an attorney who will prepare the contract using those terms that the parties agreed to add them into the contract. But the term sheet itself is not legally binding. It's subject to an attorney actually drawing up the contract there. So contracts must indicate the business relationship with respect to the parties named in the document. What's the first way that we disclose our agency relationships to someone, anyone? We do it on what? What's the form called? What's that first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with?
A CIS form.
The Consumer Information Statement, the CIS form. Well, then in every disclosure, except for the lead paint disclosure, every disclosure and every contract that we do, that we prepare, has a checkbox on it somewhere where we're disclosing, as of right now, how we intend to work with somebody and who our agency's representing in the transaction. So sales contracts are no different. So here's a sample sales contract in the shared Google Drive here. On page 209, there's a contract here, and on page 209 is the section of the contract, section number 29. That's not on page 209. That is on page, oh yeah, it is on page 209. There's a declaration of business relationships. Do I have it here? Huh. No screenshots from that. Okay. I thought there was. Here, what I'll do instead is this. I'll pull up an actual sales contract and show you guys in the actual sales contract. Where it says this. You can look in the book and follow along, but I'll open it up so that we have it at least on screen. Get the sales contract. I'll open one up. So section 29 on the sales contract on page 209, you guys can see it's from line number on the contract. There's line numbers along the left side from line 574 to 587. We have, okay, so here's the sales contract on screen, the opinion 26 notice before the contract. We got to go to section 29, which talks about the declaration of broker business relationships. So let me just grab it and scroll through it really quick. Section 29. See, in my contract, I'm showing you here, I'm at line number 545. So the contract, I maybe should go there and see, try to print out a later version. Maybe there's some additional things to it, that there's a different line number. I'm not sure why they have that there at a different line number. So there may be an update to the contract than what I'm showing here. But either way, section 29, it looks like this. Okay. Declaration of business relationships. You put the name of your brokerage. You put your name here. You check off as of now how you're working. If you're the one that prepared this contract, you know, your buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent or transaction broker. Who supplied that information? Write down that agency's name. See, name of other firm. And then check off how they're working in this transaction. And that's what a disclosure of agency relationships looks like. So section number 29 of the contract on page 209. Goes over that. Just making a little note. Download the new contract. Add section 29. Budget. Slide number. It's about 30. All right. Then there's the opinion 26 notice, which must be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees. And you could see that on the first page of the contract that they show in the book on page 199. All right. Looks like this. Before the actual first page of the contract, here's the first page of the contract, but before that, as the cover page, has to be this opinion 26 notice, which tells people that they have the right to hire a lawyer. And look, even on this, we have a disclosure of agency relationships. It's just the check boxes where you check off how your agency's working with this person at this time. That's the opinion 26 notice. So at the bottom of at the bottom of page 198, the bottom of page 198, let me see, do I have something here for that? No. At the bottom of page 198, it's under New Jersey requirements on the second paragraph. It says attached as a proposed contract of sale as the cover page must be the notice that is included as the first page. And then right above that word notice, opinion 26 or opinion 26 notice, because that is the document, and highlight what I've just read. Attached as the proposed contract of sale as the cover page must be the opinion 26 notice. And the paragraph just above it, it says all offers, contracts, or leases prepared by licensees must indicate the business relationship the firm has with respect to the parties named in the document. Well, let's make sure that that's highlighted as well. And where it says preparation of documents above that, just put a star next to preparation of documents. You should read through this. It basically tells you that licensees can prepare sales and lease contracts for 1 to 4 family homes and single residential lots. We're not allowed to prepare contracts for commercial properties. This would be the unauthorized practice of law without a license. So we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to get in trouble for practicing law without a license. So make sure you don't prepare contracts for commercial real estate or option agreements, which would be considered practicing license without a law, practicing law without a license. All right, so basically what that is then is this. I basically had to do this on the bottom of page 198 because I didn't have the highlight there. This is what I had to do. Okay. Make these 2 highlights down here and wrote opinion 26 notice above the word notice. All right. So New Jersey requires the following statement be added to the top of the first page of any sales or lease contract that is prepared by licensees that says, this is a legally binding contract. And you could see that on page 200, which is the first page of the sales contract. The phrase actually says this is a legally binding contract that will become final within 3 business days. During this period, you may choose to consult an attorney who can review and cancel the contract. But we're going to just do this. We're just going to highlight where it says this on page 200. This is a legally binding contract at the top of that contract. Just so you could see what it looks like. But this is the full phrase that's actually up there. But on exams, if they ask you, and they probably will, what are the words at the top of the first page of the actual sales contract? This is a legally binding contract. And then you actually have the that attorney review disclosure in the contract itself. Is that on page 212 there? No, it's on page 213. It also says the full disclosure. This is a legally binding contract. All right, so that's on page 213. So let me update that slide. Reflect that 213. All right, now attorney review. If you look at page 213, you can stay right there, page 213, and this is what it says on that page. There's the attorney review process that's listed there. Okay. You know what we could do? We could. See if I got this screenshot for this. I don't, but I'll add one in. So it says basically there's the attorney review that kind of looks like this, right? There's except these points are numbered. These 3 bullet points are numbered. There you go. Make it match up. And they say so many states and southern parts of New Jersey, although they're coming around now, starting to act a bit like they're part of our state, not Pennsylvania all the time. The attorney review process works like this. Ooh. Now that looks more like the book. When both parties have signed the contract and you give them their duplicate original of that contract, it's now fully executed. Then we start counting of time to deliver the fully executed contracts to both attorneys within 3 days. Where changes or the contract can be changed or canceled. If you do not start attorney review within 3 days, the contract becomes legally binding as it is. So both parties must receive a duplicate original of the fully executed contract. Then we start counting of time to deliver the fully executed contract to both sides' attorneys to start the review. To start the review. Make changes or cancel the contract. Now, we have 3 business days, but that could be extended or temporarily halted if both sides agree to that. The counting of time does not include weekends or legal holidays. To begin attorney review, to make modifications or cancel the contract. Otherwise, it becomes legally binding as it is. Nobody can make changes to a contract without the other side's approval. So once we send the contracts off to the attorneys, one of the attorneys is going to start the review process by sending out a notice of disapproval to the other side. And they'll CC us on any correspondence between them. So one side's attorney notifies the other of proposed changes to the contract, whatever wording that they wish to modify. Each side has time to respond. They have 3 days until the other side agrees to the terms. We call this the meeting of the minds. Okay, so let's see. This could be worded a little better. One side's attorney starts the review process acknowledging contract. And proposes changes to it. Each side has 3 days to respond. Until the other side to respond. And this goes back and forth until one side agrees to the final terms. We call this the meeting of the minds. So, a meeting of the minds also some refer to it as mutual assent. But a meeting of the minds is when once both parties come to agree on all the terms of the contract and sign off on them, they're now in a legally binding contract and attorney review has been concluded. That is the meeting of the minds. And that's how attorney review works. Some states don't have attorney review. So many states and the southern parts of New, you know what? Let me not even put that in there anymore. Let's just remove that part because they're part of New Jersey and they gotta deal with state law as well, even though in the past they have not. That's why we have this opinion 26 notice now. So many states do not actually have attorney review. Or get attorneys involved. Unless there's a problem with the transaction. The real estate agents usually handle everything. But a real estate agent in the southern part of New Jersey years ago, before I ever got involved in the business, saw that this is actually could be a selling point, a marketing point. They could say, hey, listen, when you hire me as your real estate agent, I take a more active role in the real estate transaction. I could actually help you save the cost incurred by hiring a lawyer because I do some things that a lawyer would do, and you don't need a lawyer to do these things. Yeah, that's true. But that landed on an attorney's mailbox, and the attorney was like, oh, hell no, we can't let this go. Next thing you know, all real estate agents won't be using real estate attorneys for real estate transactions unless a problem pops up, and that's going to take a lot of money out of our pocket. How can we prevent this from happening? How could we put a stop and end to this? And the attorney had a bright idea. He's like, I got an idea. Politicians are the ones that make the laws, but attorneys are the ones that write them up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to propose a law. I'm going to write it up. And then I'm going to pitch it to a politician. The pitch I'm going to give to them is that real estate, I'm not sure if you're aware, but real estate agents are out there telling people that they don't need to use attorneys in real estate transactions, and they're depriving them of their rights and putting them at risk if they don't use them. I'm proposing we put together a law that says that real estate agents should not be telling people that they do not need attorneys. Instead, we're going to require that they advise people that they have rights, because real estate agents are depriving people of their rights. So instead, let's reword this a crafty way and make it sound like they're helping people. We're going to force real estate agents, instead of telling them they don't need an attorney when they really don't need an attorney, we're going to make the real estate agents have a requirement that they have to inform people that they have a right to hire a lawyer. And if they don't hire a lawyer, it's a risky proposition. They could be putting themselves in legal jeopardy. And so we're going to then put a disclosure that they have to give to all buyers and sellers where attorneys are not involved in the transaction. Sitting on the cover page, this disclosure has to be sitting as the cover page of any contract that real estate licensees prepare themselves, that states that they have a right to hire a lawyer and make modifications and changes to the contract. And if they don't hire a lawyer, they're running special risks. And it's like this document becomes like a big fear-mongering document. Okay. Now, okay, I can understand the part where they're saying, we're going to require agents to tell people that they have a right to hire a lawyer instead of telling them that they don't need one. All right, that's a pretty crafty way of saying the same thing, but you really don't need a lawyer. They're trying to tell people that we're being deprived of their rights by agents who tell them that they don't need a lawyer. So instead, they got to tell them they have a right to hire one. All right, that's slick. That's slick. That's slick of them to do that. Okay, and that's basically why we have these disclosure notices now, called the Opinion 26 notice that you need to know about. And the Opinion 26 notice, that's this document right here. It says the law requires the real estate broker to give you the following information before you sign the contract. It requires us to tell you you must read it all before you sign. And the purpose is to help you in the purchase or sale. And then you got to check off your agency disclosure, you know, who you're representing in the transaction as of now. And then it says, you will not get any legal advice unless you have your own lawyer. Neither I or anyone from the title company can give you legal advice. Yeah, but the only problem with that is a lot of title companies have lawyers on staff that can give legal advice. So yeah, there's that. To either the buyer or the seller. And if you do not hire a lawyer, no one will represent you in legal matters now or at closing, unless you choose to hire a lawyer later. Neither I nor the title company will represent you in those matters. Yeah, but they could work the process and do what the attorney does, which isn't representing, but just going through the closing process. You know, the contract is the most important part of a transaction, and it determines your rights, your risks, and your obligations. And signing it's a very big step. A lawyer would review the contract, help your feeble minds better understand it and to negotiate its terms. So I know it doesn't say that, but once again, it kind of implies it, right? The contract becomes final and binding unless your lawyer cancels it within the following 3 business days. If you do not have a lawyer, you cannot change or cancel the contract. Wait. What's that word right there? Unless. So, yeah, you can change or cancel the contract. Look what they're doing. Unless the other party agrees. Well, you know what? A lawyer can't do it unless the other party agrees either. They can't make changes. But either party could cancel it. They could back out. Neither can the real estate broker nor the title insurance company change the contract. Yeah, but both the buyer and seller can if they agree to it. And even if a lawyer's involved, they can only change the contract if the other side agrees to it. Otherwise, they could cancel it. Boom. It's just that we can't suggest that people do that. Otherwise, we're practicing law without a license. Now, another important service of a lawyer is to order the survey and title report. Wait a minute. Can the buyer order their own survey and title search from a surveyor and title company? Sure they can. You don't need a lawyer to do that. See, a lawyer would just order it from whoever they know or have a relationship with. I don't know. Maybe they're getting kickbacks. They're not supposed to. Who knows? A lot of lawyers out there own title companies. And so who do you think they are referring the title work to? The companies that they own or have an interest in. Or the important or other important reports. The lawyer will review them and help to resolve any questions that may arise about the ownership and condition of the property. Now, one way lawyers get around this thing about there's a conflict of interest that a lawyer, ordering title from a company that they own. So you know what they often do? They put the title company in their spouse's name. And then they say they don't own it. It's kind of like how Nancy Pelosi does stock trades through her husband for stuff that she's about to pass laws and legislate on that she has insider information about. For you or I, if we were to do this, we'd go to jail. That's insider trading. It's illegal. But for her, it's legal because they do this little loophole. She doesn't buy the stocks. She has her husband do it. Dirty, dirty. There's even a website, I think, or a blog that's dedicated to that. It's called, what's it? Pelosi Investment Report or something like, or Pelosi Stock Trade Report. The public is aware of this corruption, and they use it as a guide for investing. How bad is it that we've come to accept it and actually make a goof on it, and people follow this as a way to invest? So these reports and surveys can cost you a lot of money, and a lawyer will also prepare the documents needed to close title and represent you at closing. A buyer without a lawyer runs special risks. Only a lawyer can advise a buyer about what to do if problems arise concerning the purchase of this property. And the problems may be about the seller's title, the size and shape of the property, or other matters that may affect the value of the property. If either the broker or title company knows about these problems, they should tell you. But they may not recognize the problem, see it from your point of view, or know what to do. Okay, yeah. So if a problem comes up, then and only then you need an attorney, right? Ordinarily, the broker and title company have an interest. Oh, now they're going to try to slander us. So ordinarily, the broker and the title company have an interest in seeing that the sale is completed, because only then do they usually receive their commission. Oh, those dirty rats. So their interest may differ from yours. Yeah, like the attorney who orders the title from a company that their spouse owns, and they're making money on the back end deceptively. Now, whether you retain a lawyer, it's up to you. It's your decision. The purpose of this notice is to help make sure that you have the information needed to make your decision. Okay, so basically this is the opinion 26 notice, and that's what it says in it. It's like a big fear-mongering document that you really need to use a lawyer. And the lawyers even go as far as slandering our integrity, that we're putting our commissions above our client's own best interest. But they would never think of doing such a thing. Yeah. All right, so that's basically how that works. So once both parties come to agreement on all the terms of the contract, they sign off on them. They're now in a legally binding contract. And now if anyone breaks that contract, they're in breach, and the other party can sue them, and they can be liable to the other side. So there's also a federal lead paint disclosure. We know about that. Well, in the contract, it also says that for residential properties built prior to 1978, that buyer is given the lead paint disclosure, the pamphlet about the hazards of lead in the home, and 10-day, they're given a 10-day right to get a inspection done. So it actually says that in the contract itself, even though we're required to give them these disclosures separately, we also have to talk about them in the contract. And there we do. So let's see, do we have a screenshot of that? No, we don't. So let's just look at page 203, section 13. So there, let's move this around a little bit because these line numbers could have changed a bit. And they may have. So let's see on page 203. Of the book. Section 13. Pertaining to lead paint, yep. So that goes on page 203 and runs on to page 204. So that's page 203 and page 204 of the actual contract. Come on. Section 13, line 213. Let me see, is that right still? Nope, line 216. That goes on to the next page to 267. That it talks about the lead paint disclosures. So obviously they updated this contract a bit. Let's go generate a new contract. How about that? Because our contract that I've been showing you, it's a little outdated, just a little bit. So let's actually go to the web browser and let's open up another window here. All right, let's go to a domain name that I bought, www.njarforms.com, and I pointed it to the contract form system. So there you go, guys. That's a shortcut to the New Jersey contract form system. All right, yeah, I understand the risk. The only thing suspicious about it is that I'm just forwarding it to the actual page. Come on, take me there. I understand, take me there. That's my antivirus on my computer. Come on. Anyway, let me share this with you. njarforms.com. That's a link, a shortcut to the contract form system. There we go. Yes, I'm sure. I want to continue. There you go. That took long enough. And you see it forwards us to this long link. This is the contract form system on New Jersey Realtors website. So I just bought a domain name that points directly to it. Instead of going to the homepage of New Jersey Realtors and then going to the contract form system, I just created a shortcut to it. And then when we get here, now we just click log into Zip Forms. I'll do my login right there. I already got it saved. All right, so let's see. Let me look at. Let's see. They changed this around a little bit. Let's look at the forms. Yeah, forms. Open a new form editor. Why not? let's look at the forms that they got. Oh, you had to add them here before you. Oh, it's yeah, let's just open up the sample sales contracts that I prepare here to teach in classes with. And we could click on all forms, and then we could see the sales contract. So you could also just type in here sales or purchase contract, maybe purchase. No, how do they got it worded? Let's go through them all. CIS, independent contractor agreements, informed consents to dual agency, lease applications, all that stuff. Let's look for, where is the sales contract? Seller's property condition disclosure report. Remember, they updated that recently too, I think. So we could add that form. We're also going to, not the residential lease, but where is the sales contract? Why am I not seeing that? Buyers. For your protection, get a home inspection. Here, let's add that form there so you guys can see what that looks like too. Independent contractor agreements from the central agency, non-binding term sheet. 826, large condition report. Vacant land contract sale. You know, it may not be showing because I may already have it added to this transaction. Sales transaction. So let's close that for a moment. Look in this transaction. Addenda, seller's property condition for your protection. What is archived here? Yeah. I don't have the sales here. Sales or purchase contract. Attorney General's letter, memorandum, this transfer of housing for older persons, certification. Late showings. Attendance. Sale contingency, short sale. Contract of sale with opinion 26 notice. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Add form. So now I'll download these, and so I'll make them available to you in the shared Google Drive. But let's look at the contract of sale with opinion 26 notice. See, this is a little insight for you guys for the how to prepare these contracts. You got to prepare a profile for your clients, and then you import the forms you want to use, and then you fill them out like this. You guys can see all this, right?
Yes.
Am I sharing the right window with you? Okay. And you can see, you could just, where the fields are blue, you could just type in there. You could also drag lines where they could put their signatures and such, like if so you could type their names here, and if you wanted their signature there, you know, you could well, you got to put the person's information into the field first, and then you could drag their information to put a signature there. So it's a little more involved. First, you got to name the parties there. So making these forms to be easy for digital signing, preparing for signing, it's a little bit involved. It's kind of a pain in the butt. So it's a little more than taking the form directly to them, just having them sign with a piece of on paper and with a pen. All right. So here you check off, you know, you're representing the seller, not the buyer, not the seller. You fill out all this information: listing broker, selling broker. You see how they refer to the selling broker? That's the buyer's agent. They refer to you as the selling broker, and then there's the listing broker. Why? Because you're the one that found a buyer and you're making the sale happen. So you're the one that's selling the property. So they call you the selling broker. All right. And so what were we going down to? Why did I show this to begin with? To get the right line numbers for everything, I guess, right? All right. So I already have some of this filled out. I guess we just put in now. Now look at that. I already got it filled out already. Hopefully this is the latest version of the contract now. It's just been updated for me. Date of contract, 10 days after attorney's review. 60 days from date of contract, landing on a business day. That's when you need to produce the mortgage commitment letter by, or that's when the closing date. Mortgage commitment letter should be 30 days from date of contract or conclusion of attorney review. Yeah, I tell you what to write in the contracts here too. Give you some ideas. All right, so we were talking about, what were we talking about here that I need to look up? So the section 13, okay, talking about the lead paint. This is section 11. Let's scroll down more. Section 13. Lead-based paint, applicable or not applicable? Was this property built prior to 1978? Let's just say, yeah, it was, so that we check off here that it is applicable to this transaction. And then we have some dates here. The seller shall have so many days after receipt of the amendment to sign and return to the buyer any written counter proposal for what they want to do if they do find lead on the property or lead paint, okay? And then the buyer shall have so much time to respond to them. If you leave it blank, it's 3 days. Or you could just write 3 days. And here's the update. This is why it takes more space now on the newer contract, more line numbers, is because this was added into the contract here. Effective July 22nd, 2022, all rental dwelling units before 78 must be inspected. This is a New Jersey law. And must be inspected for lead paint by July 22nd, 2024, or upon tenant takeover, whichever is earlier. All right, so that's just more about, we read about this in an earlier chapter 9, the disclosures for lead paint. So this is just that disclosure that they got to give you, that we, as the real estate agents, have to give that lead paint hazard pamphlet and the EPA pamphlet and the lead paint disclosure statement. So it's actually written in the contract so that they can acknowledge that that we got to give them that as well. So what are the 3 things we need to give to any potential buyer or renter for a property that was built prior to 1978? Right in front of you.
Based paint disclosure form.
Yep.
Buyers, renters must be supplied with the lead paint pamphlet booklet.
And a 10-day right inspection or waive that inspection if they want to close on that transaction any sooner. Those are the 3 things that you need to know about for exam. So, and well, actually 4, because what properties does this apply to?
Residential.
Residential.
All residential properties?
Uh,
The one built prior to 1978.
You need to know that, 1978. All right. So contracts, these contract forms, we just need to fill in the blanks and need to know what to put in those blank lines. So that's the important part for us pertaining to us. Knowing what to put in those blank lines there. Now, so we use these contract forms, listing agreements. We use brokerage buyer agency agreements. Remember that exclusive buyer's agency agreement? There's a sample of that on page 43. We have transaction broker and dual agency agreements. Transaction broker contracts, those are dependent on those that are working as transaction brokers to make their own custom agreements up, stating what exactly they're doing in exchange for the money that they're earning. We have this dual agency agreements. If we're going to be working as a dual agent, we need to disclose and then get the permission from our clients to work in that way. So we give them that informed consent to dual agency agreements. There's one for a seller, buyer, tenant, and a landlord. So the one on page 51 is an example of the one for seller. Now, the sales contract doesn't have any official name to it. Call it whatever the hell you want. You could call it just the contract if you wanted to. There is no official name for the sales contract. And this is actually on page 213. Offer and acceptance meeting of the minds. We're going to go over that whole process in a moment. But page 13, 213 talks about that the sales contract has no official name. So we should be on that page right now. And here is where it says that is that on page 213 still? No, it's not. Page 214. 214. And I should probably get a better screenshot of that too. So page 214. Under where it says sales contracts. Make sure there's nothing else for us to have highlighted there before that. Make sure I'm not jumping up ahead. We gotta go through this book. Yep. So under sales contracts, let's highlight the title right next to it, no official name. You know, some people, they get all high and mighty because there's a term that they prefer to call it, a purchase contract, a sales contract, whatever. Call it whatever the hell you want. There's no official or right way to call it. It's known as an offer to purchase, a contract of purchase and sale, an earnest money agreement, or binder deposit receipt. And there's many other variations to the name that you could call it. Call it whatever you like. Just know that there's no official name. Buyer's purchase contract, sales contract, binder deposit receipt, offer to purchase and sell. Whatever you want to call it. There's no official name, bottom line. How does offer and acceptance work? Well, we're going to read about that on the next page, but let's highlight. A broker lists the owner's real estate for sale at a price and conditions that are set by who? The owner. But we as the real estate agents should guide them in how to properly price it. And how do we guide them and help them properly price it?
CMA.
We do a CMA for them, exactly. So, one of these essential elements of a meeting of a valid contract is the meeting of the minds, whereby the buyer and seller agree on the terms and sale, And this is usually accomplished through the process of offer and acceptance. Now, how does that process of offer and acceptance work exactly? We're going to go over that right now. So a broker would list the owner's real estate for sale at the price and conditions that are set by the owner. Just highlight that. An offer to purchase is drawn up, signed by the buyer, and presented to by the broker to the seller. That's an offer. The seller agrees to it exactly as it was made and signs the contract. The offer's accepted and the contract's valid pending attorney review. The broker then must advise the buyer of the seller's acceptance, obtain attorney review if the parties wish, and deliver a duplicate original of that contract to both parties there. This is actually a page 215 right now. Everything's been shifted a bit now. Offer and acceptance. An offer is not considered accepted until the person making the offer has been notified of the other party's acceptance, okay? So make sure you write this up there while I read the rest of this. Any attempt by the seller to change the terms proposed by the buyer would create a counter offer. The buyer's relieved of their original offer because the seller has in effect rejected it. Highlight this, make these notes. I'm going to have a clearer explanation of all this stuff on the next slide. So just over here, make sure you write delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures not required but recommended. And you'd be writing that on page 215, just below that diagram that they have written there. Make sure you underline notified of the other party's acceptance. So in contract negotiations, when you're going back and forth, your offer's accepted simply when the last party's been notified that the offer's been accepted. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures of the actual written contract are not required, but they are recommended that you follow up with getting them at some point. But for exam purposes, When is your offer considered accepted in contract negotiations? It's when the other party's simply been notified, the last party that made the offer has been simply notified that their offer's been accepted. All right, does everybody got all those notes down? Everything highlighted here? I can move on to the next slide.
I got it.
Yes.
So one of the essential elements of a valid contract is the meeting of the minds, where the parties to the contract are aware and in agreement on all the terms of the contract, and that's done through the process of offer and acceptance. This is how it works. First, see, I just put everything from the previous pages in my own words on one slide here. First, the seller lists their property for sale at a certain agreed upon price. A buyer makes an offer at the full listing price or perhaps another amount, which their broker then presents to the seller and their agent within 24 hours. The seller then accepts the offer, rejects it, or makes a counter offer, which is basically a rejection of the buyer's initial offer. At this point, the buyer is free to walk away if that happens. If the seller makes a counter offer, the buyer can accept it, reject it, or counter it. They could go back and forth like this until one of the parties agrees to the last party's terms, to the other's terms. And when they do, this is called a meeting of the minds. And the offer is now accepted pending attorney review. It is still not a legally binding contract until attorney review has been concluded or 3 business days pass, if not doing a review. In contract negotiations, when's an offer considered accepted? Because you may get a question like that on exam, hint, hint. When the last person who made the offer has simply been notified of their offer being accepted. When the last person who made an offer has simply been notified their offer has been accepted. This could be done verbally, over the phone. It's always suggested and a good practice to follow up with getting it in writing. But your answer option for exams to be correct, technically, your offer has been accepted simply when the other party notifies you of its acceptance. That's that note that I had you write down in the book and highlight that last thing you highlighted there on page 215 so far. So this is actually 214 and 215, top of the page. So earnest money deposits, how do they work? It's 215, it's 16. Well, sometimes referred to as a good faith deposit is the earnest money deposit. It's any money that the buyer puts down when they make an offer to show that they're operating in good faith and they plan to complete the transaction through to its end. And any offer is still valid, even if it's made without a good faith deposit. But it's customary for there to be at least a $1,000 good faith deposit when you're making the offer, to show the buyer's operating in good faith, that they're not just throwing offers at 10 different properties and seeing what sticks and just walk away and ignore the other ones. Normally, I won't even consider an offer if it's not accompanied by a minimum of $1,000 good faith deposit. And when people start asking, well, can I make $100 good faith deposit or $50? I'm like, really? I'm like, are you really operating in good faith? What's up with that? If you're buying a property, you're going to need a lot more than $100 to buy a house. You're going to need a lot more than $1,000. So $1,000 is not a big deal. Should not be a big deal for you to make that offer if you're operating in good faith. So the buyer is essentially asking the seller to take their property off the market if they accept the offer. So they should make sure that this amount is large enough to show they're serious with their intentions to follow through with it. And if the seller rejects that offer, that deposit money is immediately returned to the buyer. If the offer is accepted, the money will then be credited towards the buyer's purchase. If the buyer breaches the contract, the seller could make a claim to keep it, but both parties would have to agree to that. If they don't, a judge would be the only one who could decide where that deposit money is going. So if the buyer breaches the contract, the seller could make a claim to keep it, but both parties would have to agree to that. If they don't agree to who it's to go to, the real estate broker cannot release those funds to anyone. Only a judge could decide who gets the money unless both parties agree about who gets it. Now, the broker must deposit any money given by our clients into an escrow account or trust account. Escrow or trust account, same thing. It's a bank account used to keep our clients' money for short periods of time. And it must be deposited into that account within 5 business days from the time that our client gave us the money, not from the time that the offer is accepted. Remember, any cash deposits of $10,000 or more need to be reported to the IRS, and the broker is required to keep those escrow records, those deposit slips and records and contracts and offers and all that stuff for 6 years. So let's highlight about the good faith deposit. Let's make this highlight here on the bottom of page 215. And you put that little asterisk there next to that. The amount of that deposit it's a matter to be agreed upon between the parties. I always tell people, you make sure you make at least $1,000 good faith deposit. When buyers make offers and they don't put any deposit, or they put $100 or something, I call the agent. I say, what's up with this? I'm like, you got to tell them to make at least $1,000 good faith deposit. Otherwise, I'm going to tell the seller not even to consider offers. We're not taking our property off the market for offers that aren't accompanied by at least $1,000 good faith deposit. And that's the advice I'm going to give to the seller. So, what do you want to do? You want to make a higher offer there, or rather, you want to make sure that deposit money they're putting down is more than $100 or nothing. Make sure that it's sufficient. If you really want to make sure your offer is accepted and it's a competitive offer, you could put down thousands of dollars or tens of thousands. Uh-oh, thunder. Here comes the storm. We're supposed to have storms for the next couple of days, right? All right. Now, turn the page. This is page 216. Hopefully we don't get knocked offline because of a storm. If that does happen, just make sure that we come back here. We get back online, or give sufficient time for it, or give me a call if we do get knocked offline at all due to power outages. We're going to try to get things back up and running again if the power comes back up. If it does not, then, you know, we could always conclude class and continue it another day, but make sure we try to get back in class if that should happen, okay? Whether it's, well, I think it's only supposed to be today, the weekend, and maybe Monday or Tuesday as well. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to get it's supposed to be an awful weekend. All right, so page 216, if liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract, it's not standard in all contracts. Highlight earnest money deposit by a broker within 5 business days in that special trust account. And it cannot be commingled or mixed with the broker's own money. That's why we have a separate bank account that's only for our client's money. A broker also may not use those funds. That's an illegal act known as conversion. Yeah, because if I spend your money, I'm converting it to mine. I guess that's where they get the name conversion from. I'm converting your money to mine when I use it. And any cash deposit at $10,000 or more, that got to be reported to the IRS. And all this is on page 216. Not the first time you heard this. We heard this in earlier chapters too, though, if you recall. So once again, a meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on all the terms, the details of the contract. They're aware of them, and they understand them, and they're in agreement on all those terms. It's said they've come to a meeting of the minds, also known as mutual assent. School exam, once again, focuses on the financial aspects of that definition when they're in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. How are you coming up with the rest of the cash? A kickback is giving anything of value to an unlicensed person, like giving a friend money or a gift in exchange for a lead, including rebates to a seller, because sellers can't get rebates. Only buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates legally. Therefore, it's not a kickback. Closing gifts to buyers should be limited in value to about $25 or so, so that it in no way could be interpreted as being a kickback. That thunders something. So these are the essential elements of any contract. You can see this on page 216, not 215. So we're going to have to be making page adjustments for everything from here on out. These are parts of the contract that are essential. Because they're included in the contract. Contract has to be in writing. That's required by law. You have to have competent parties, an agreement to buy and sell, adequate description of the property that's being sold, the consideration, which is that full purchase price, what the parties are giving or receiving from each other in the exchange, the grantor's agreement to convey the property, the place and time of closing should be spelled out, and the signatures of the parties with initials on every page, on the bottom of every page. Now, these are not essential elements because not all contracts include these things or need to. Encumbrances to which the deed will be made subject to. Not all properties have encumbrances, so therefore it's not an essential element. Earnest money deposit, because technically you don't have to put any money down. Although I always tell you, $1,000 good faith deposit at minimum should be the minimum there, right? Um, when the buyer's to take possession, title evidence, what kind of title are they offering? What kind of proof of ownership are they offering? You guys remember the 4 evidences of title? The 4 proofs of ownership? No, it's all right. We'll go over it again in chapter 20. Chapter 21. Proration and adjustments, destruction of the premises, defaults by the either party, what would happen, what the a provision for a final walkthrough to occur when we should do that on the day of closing. Contingency, any contingencies that should be wanted to be added to contracts. Not all contracts have contingencies, and contracts should be submitted as contingency free as possible to make them more desirable. A contingency is a happening on which the contract is dependent upon. All right. And we need to put contingencies in contracts sometimes to protect the buyers, all right, or the sellers. Like if the buyer's getting the money from their relatives, but their relatives won't give the money unless they first see the property and give their approval. Well, if that's the case, you should probably have gotten them in there before you put the contract together. But if you didn't or were unable to get everybody there before that occurred, then you should put a contingency in the contract that the purchase is subject to the buyer's relatives or helping them with the money, providing the money for the purchase or deposits or the closing cost to give their approval. A signature of the witnesses is not a required essential element for making a contract valid. They're often included in the contract, and we as the real estate agents are often the witness that's signing that. But if a contract does not include a signature of a witness, it's still valid. Some example of contract contingencies are FHA loans and VA loans. They require a special contingency clause be added to all contracts that basically says that the buyer can get out of the contract if the property does not appraise for its purchase price. An escape subject to an engineering report. The contract could have an escape clause that's insisted by the seller. So a buyer could make an offer, but maybe they're leasing a property now, and their landlord won't let them out of the lease early. So the contract is contingent upon the expiration of their lease, or maybe they have a house to sell first because otherwise they couldn't be able to go through with this purchase. So if a buyer says that they're going to purchase this house subject to the sale of their current one, the seller can insist on an escape clause be added to the contract that says that they're allowed to continue marketing the property even if they accept this offer. And it would allow them to, if they get another offer in writing that's acceptable to them, they could come back to the buyer, say, are you prepared to remove that as a contingency, the sale of your current home? And if not, we're going to kill the deal, accept the other offer, and not being considered in breach of contract. That's what an escape clause basically would be and do. There could be a liquidated damage agreement added to contracts, a short sale disclosure. Short sale is when you owe more on the house than it's currently worth. So we negotiate with sellers, lenders, to accept less money than what they owe on the house if it would be impossible for them to sell the house and pay them back fully. subject to the family's members' approval that are helping them with financing, or subject to zoning or building permit approvals. This is common with like commercial real estate, big sales, where they may not be able to get the zoning for the intended use of the property, or if maybe they want to do a big construction project and put in a couple hundred houses or condos. That's required to subject to zoning and building permit approvals. So when developers buy large pieces of land, they usually put a contract together and they don't close on that until they get all the approvals for their building and zoning and financing in place. So this purchase is subject to us getting all that approved. And if we do, we'll go through with the sale. If not, then we could back out and we won't be considered in breach of contract. So those contracts usually have a lot of contingencies in them. So let's do this highlight here. Home inspections. Let's do these contingencies. Under contingencies on page 217, not 216, 217. And this is the subject to section. Anytime you see subject to, they're talking about that term, they're referring to contingencies, because contingencies basically say start with the term subject to. The purchase is subject to, and then it's followed by a condition. And anytime it's an FHA or VA loan that's involved, we're going to be learning about those loans in a later chapter. FHA and VA loans require special contingencies must be included in the sales contract that says that the buyer can get out of that contract without penalty if the property does not appraise for the purchase price. Oh, I burnt out my first highlighter. How about you guys?
Yeah, I'm on my second one.
I know I brought a bunch of highlighters home. I don't know what the hell I did with them. Well, at least I got one extra one here. All right. And then down here, the escape clause explanation. And you should probably underline the term escape clause too. The escape clause is also known as a kick out or knockout clause. So in the margin over here on the left side of the page, you see what I wrote? Escape, kick out, knockout clause protects the seller. Also telling you who it protects. So let's put that in there. Or is it written in here now in this new version of the book? Let's see. No, it doesn't really say it straight out. So let's write that in there in the margin like I got written there. Escape, kick out, or knockout. Clause protects the seller. Let me know when everybody has all that down.
I got it.
I got it.
Okay. All right. So here's my version of all of these protections and clauses and such. Oh, by the way, before we move forward with that, let me back up because there's something that I want to make sure that I had you write it. Huh. On the top of page 215, not for earnest money, but where it continues on the next page. It goes on to say most contracts provide that if the deposit becomes the seller's property, if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages, in certain cases, the seller might claim damages in excess of the money. You guys see that? Just above that, at the very top of the page, before the first paragraph, I want you to write something in there. Here you go, just above this. I want you to write this. If the contract added this condition, not standard, okay? That's probably the least amount of words that you could put to say the same thing. If a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract, not standard in all contracts. So just write, if the contract added this condition, not standard. Not a standard. It's not a standard part of the contract. So if a liquidated damage agreement was added. Not standard in contracts. Okay. You good?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so contingency section now, appraisal. The FHA VA loans require special contingency clause be added that says if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. So it could be subject to an appraisal. That's required to be added by law for any FHA or VA loan that's financing a purchase, that special contingency clause be added into the contract. And usually it's just an addendum form that already has the wording that they want. A home inspection, remember, by a licensed New Jersey home inspector, and I gave you that link to search for all those inspectors to make sure they're licensed. Subject to a mortgage loan, them being able to get a specific type of loan or at a specific rate. The buyer could put a contingency in like that. A contingency based on family members that are helping them with the financing of the purchase or down payment, giving their nod that they're okay with purchasing this property because they have not seen it yet and they want to see it first, right? So approval by family member helping with money or down money to buy or for down payment. Purchase is subject to the sale of the buyer's current home, in which case then the seller can ask that an escape, kick out, or knockout clause be added into the contract. They would accept the offer, but are allowed to keep their home on the market. And if they get another offer in writing, ask the buyer to remove their contingency or kill the contract to accept the other offer without being in breach of contract. Subject to the expiration of a buyer's lease, if a landlord won't let them out early. Subject to the a use permit for zoning or for building permits for construction, or subject to third-party approval when it's a short sale, bankruptcy, or estate sale. Liquidated damages, this is on page 217. Liquidated damage agreement is just an amount of money. It's an agreement for the amount of money that's to serve as compensation if one of the parties breaches the contract. It doesn't necessarily say where that money's coming from. So one of the parties could hold it if the other party backs out for no good reason. They could keep their deposit money, for example, as liquidated damages, but then they may not sue for any further damages. The liquidated damage agreement specifically says it's an amount of money to serve as compensation, but does not say where it's coming from. If they're going to choose to hold the depositors, the buyer's deposit, well, then they can't sue for any further damages in excess of that. All right, plain language requirement. New Jersey does have a plain language requirement that basically says that contracts have to use words that are common in the everyday English language that do not have a separate legalese meaning to them. The problem with this requirement and why it was reduced to a simple two-line phrase here in the book now, it used to take up a whole page, is that it only applies to properties valued under $50,000, and there's not a whole lot of them around, is there, in New Jersey? This is kind of like a pointless statement to even make or study, right? So it only applies to properties valued under $50,000. Now, you guys know what I mean by legalese, right? By English. You know, there are words in the common everyday English language that have separate legal meanings to them. This is why sometimes in recent years you've seen a politician, instead of having to jump through hoops to actually try to pass a law to accomplish something, instead they took an easy route and they changed the legal definition of words so that they could effectively change the law, because the law used certain words in it. So they changed the definition of the words instead of actually going through Congress and the Senate to have the laws changed. This is actually something that President Obama did a lot. He actually got a lot of laws changed instead of having to put them through the tests of Congress and then going through the Senate. That was too big of a hassle going through our our established system that we have here in the United States for creating laws. So in a couple instances, he actually just changed the legal definitions of certain words, which was a lot easier to do. And then you kind of circumvented the lawmaking process and changed the laws on some things. That was interesting. So you guys may have remember a phrase he liked to use: words matter, right? Well, truer words have not been said. So rescission, once again, this slide is familiar to you now. You've seen this one before. This is talking about the word rescission is a right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. That is what the word rescission means. And the rescission period for sales contracts, there's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction only for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. That's like the timeshare sales or other out-of-state new construction that's being offered for sale in the state. Then there's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction as well for in-state subdivisions that have at least 100 lots or more, but not less than 10 units. And they have common area elements involved, like with condos and cooperatives. See page 343 and 344. Let me make sure that that's still the right page. 343 and 344. It is, strangely. Then there's that 5-day right of rescission for new construction for like an individual standalone house somewhere for the discovery of off-site conditions. That's anything not on the subject property for sale. You have a 5-day right of rescission to back out of the contract for anything that's not on the actual property site. There's a 5-day right of rescission for that. And we discussed that back in chapter 2 or 3. No, I think it was chapter 3 on page 53. Let me confirm. Yes, that's page 53, chapter 3. And then there's a 3-day right of rescission. That's the attorney review period. And that applies to both residential as well as commercial. That applies to existing properties for resale, as well as existing, as well as new properties, new construction. That's the attorney review period. So there's a 3-day attorney review period for resale of existing properties, as well as new construction. That's the attorney review period. And then we have that for mortgage financing, there's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing. Of properties that you already own. That says page 216. I don't know where that came from. 216. I don't know, what's the problem with that? Oh, right of rescission of the contracts. Okay, so that's actually on page 217 now. And there is no right of rescission. There's 0-day right of rescission for purchase money mortgages. Read that backwards. That's mortgage money to purchase. That's any loan used to buy real estate is referred to as a purchase money mortgage. So these are all of your rescission periods. So on the bottom of page 217, let's highlight, no right of rescission applies to mortgage loans used to purchase real estate. We call those purchase money mortgages. However, buyers have a 3-day cool off, that is to cancel the loan if the loan was for refinancing property. So that's your 3-day right of rescission right there. We could actually highlight that as well. Highlight that whole paragraph, actually. So this one, highlight the whole paragraph, highlight this sentence too. No right of rescission for loans to purchase real estate. And there's a 3 days to cancel a loan for refinancing. I'm going to replace the picture of that here on this page because that's I basically here, I'll show you in my book what I just did in just a second, but we're also going to highlight newly formed common interest communities in New Jersey, such as condominiums, cooperatives, subdivided property. The purchaser may rescind for any reason within 7 days after signing, right? So that's under the Real Estate Full Disclosure Act, the Planned Real Estate Development Full Disclosure Act. Out-of-state properties are large in-state subdivisions of new construction within the state, have 7 calendar days after the signing to cancel. But that does not apply to resales. It does not apply to resales. So that's not applying to resales. That's your 0 right of rescission there. So that's no right of rescission. Write that under where it says does not apply to resales. We would write no right of rescission, just like we have right here. And then above here, where it was on page 217, this is 217 actually. We should have written where it says purchase for the purchase of real estate. We're going to call that a purchase money mortgage. So write purchase money mortgage above that, above this. Purchase money mortgage. So basically, this is what I did in my book. On page 217 at the bottom, I basically did this. Before I get the screenshot in there, I could show you, oh, if we don't have all that see-through stuff, I think it thinks that the yellow highlight is green. So let me put on my little ring camera here, or ring light. Let's see if that helps. Nope. Maybe if I change the hue of it, that will. Yeah, there we go. Whoop, there we go. So you guys see what I did? I wrote purchase money mortgage above that. And then I underlined for the purchase of real estate. No right of rescission, I underlined. 3 days to cancel a loan for refinance. Got that? Yes, no, maybe so.
Hold
That's-
on.
Getting it still, or you got it already?
I got it now.
And then it continued on to the next page. I just wrote no right of rescission. That's for the refinancing, the loans to refinance properties that you already own. All right, and option agreements should always be drawn up by attorneys, not by real estate agents. That would be practicing law without a license. So let's highlight the title, option agreements. In New Jersey, should be prepared by attorneys. Otherwise, we're practicing law without a license. And let me change that page number. That's 218. And then land contracts on that same page, we should highlight this. Land contracts are also known as installment sales contracts, where the purchaser is making payments in installments and waiting for the deed. It is a type of seller financing. A land contract is a type of seller financing where the buyer does not get the deed to the property until they paid off the full amount that was owed to the seller. It's just another type of seller financing where the seller does not sign the deed and give it to the buyer. So the buyer does not technically become the owner of the property until they paid off the full amount that's owed. The seller agreed to give them seller financing, kind of like a rent-to-own deal, right? But they don't give them the deed to the property until they paid off the full amount that's owed, or some other amount that they could agree on. So the buyer is technically not the owner yet, but they do have what's called equitable title in the property. So the seller does not execute and deliver the deed until all the terms of the contract have been satisfied. So you may also want to underline that term, equitable title. Equitable title. What is equity? Anybody know what equity is? It's the difference between the current value of the property and what's owed on it. And equity can be built in three ways. You could pay down the loan. You buy the property, you pay down the loan. As you pay off that loan, you build equity in the property. Equity is kind of like your financial interest in the property. You gain equity when you pay off the loan. Or maybe the market values are always fluctuating and the market value simply goes up. You could gain equity that way as well. Or you force an increase of the value of the property by doing improvements to it, thus increasing the difference between the market value of the property and what you owe on it, so building more equity. Everybody got these highlights? I got a next slide that'll explain this a little bit better in my own words, like I just did.
Yes.
There you go. So ground lease is later discussed on page 245. Let me make sure that page number is right. 245, do they talk about ground leasing? Yes. No, that's good. That's accurate. 14 font. No. So land contracts should not be confused with a ground lease that we're going to learn in chapter 12. Land contract is a type of seller financing, also known as an installment sales contract or lease to own, where the buyer makes payments in installments and waits for the deed. Where the buyer makes payments in installments and waits for the deed. As with a lease to own. Or we could just write lease to own. But that's essentially what it is. So the owner doesn't actually turn over the deed to the property to the buyer until the full purchase price or some other amount agreed upon has been paid in full. Until the buyer pays off the full amount, they don't actually own the property. They don't get ownership. However, they do have a financial interest in the property through the payments they've been making, building up equity towards the ownership. Called equitable title. Even though they do not own the real estate, they do have a financial interest towards the ownership. If the buyer fails to continue making payments, the seller does not need to go through eviction. This does not need to go through the hassle of foreclosure, rather, because the buyer doesn't own the property, but it's harder to get them out than a simple renter. So it's easier to get them out than foreclosure, harder to get them out than a renter. It's shrinking on me. Come on. Okay, there we go. Oh, what happened? Okay, so got fixed on its own. And so I got that definition down at the bottom there, that equity is the difference between the current market value and what is owed on the property. You will get land contract on your exams. So this is probably a much better definition than what they give you here in the book. So land contract, not to be confused with a ground lease. All right, I like it. Oh, what happened here? Where are all those codes? There we go. So land contract, not to be confused with a ground lease, which we'll discuss on page 245. I'll tell you right now, a ground lease is when you're renting somebody's land. It's a long-term land lease where you then erect your own building on someone else's property. That's a ground lease. Land contract is seller financing, where you're going to make payments and installments and wait for the deed. And then everything else there is right. Okay, so land contract, not to be confused with a ground lease. Ground lease is where you're going to be renting someone's land, and then they and then you construct a building on that land. These are long-term leases. A land contract is also known as an installment sales contract, where the buyer makes payments in installments and they wait for the deed. It's basically a lease to own. The owner does not turn over the deed to the buyer until the full purchase price or an agreed upon amount has been paid. Until the buyer pays off that full amount, they do not get ownership. However, they do have a financial interest in the property through the payments that they've been making, building up equity towards the ownership, called equitable title. Even though they don't own the real estate, they do have a financial interest towards that ownership. So if the buyer fails to continue making payments, the seller does not need to go through the hassle of foreclosure, because the buyer doesn't own the property. But it's harder to get them out than a simple renter, because they do have that financial interest in the property called equitable title. And remember, equity is the difference between the market value of a property and what's owed on it. There we go. That's a good slide. All right, these are things that you need to get and prepare in order to make a contract, okay? You should have, here's that link that I told you. Here's the actual link, njrealtor.com/zipforms. For me, it's easier to remember njrforms.com. That takes you directly to the contract form system for the New Jersey Association of Realtors. Here's that tiny URL I created for get you that free tax record system. But in every MLS that you're going to be a member of, they'll have access to pretty advanced tax record searches. You're going to print you should have another window open on your computer to print out the MLS listing or copy and paste information from that into the contract. You got to gather the license numbers of all the agents and their brokerage as well, in order to put onto and the address and all that stuff, which it's not all that information is not available in the MLS. You'd have to also go to the Real Estate Commission's website to get that info up. And I made a tiny URL for that. I also bought a domain name that points you to that, njreclicense.com or NJ rec license search. This one is New Jersey Realtors license search, but it just gives you the license number. It doesn't give you all the number and information that the Real Estate Commission's page does, which this is that. See, that just forwards you here, NJ Rec license. just forwards you here. And then when you look that up, like Kaminsky, comma V, looking up my name, you could see you get the brokerage license number, the agent's license number, the name of the brokerage, the address of the brokerage, all that information, which you're going to need to enter into the contract. See this one from the realtor's website. If I were to look up and do the search, it gets my license number and my office license number, but there's no address or anything. If I click on details, it doesn't give up the address or anything like that. Okay, so the Real Estate Commission's website is probably better for getting all that information. You should have the pre-qualification or pre-approval letter or the proof of funds letter from the purchaser when preparing the sales contract. Lead paint addendum from the owner. You could request that from the listing agent or print it out from the MLS, which they commonly just uploaded there. A sample of the seller's property condition disclosure report we had back on page 177 of the book. And I believe that is the right page number right there. And it is. And have the buyer and seller's attorney's information handy, because if this offer gets accepted, at least get your client's information, their attorney's information, because if the offer gets accepted, you're going to have to forward it to them within 3 days so that they could start that attorney review period. Don't wait 3 days, get it to them immediately, because you got 3 days to start the review. And then in the contract itself, we're going to make sure we put in there that the commitment letter from the buyer's lender will be produced within 30 days. Who prepares this purchase contract, by the way? Is it the seller's agent or the buyer's agent? Who prepares the sale contract, the purchase contract? The seller's agent or the buyer's agent? Guys. It's the buyer's agent that does. The buyer's agent prepares the purchase contract. All right, you guys are kind of quiet. I guess it's time to throw out that after break attendance poll. Make sure you're all there. You're answering the polls. I don't know why you're not answering my questions. Okay, so we have this njrec license.com, the tiny URL, NJRE license search, the NJR for the New Jersey Realtors license search. I showed you the differences between those. And there's another domain that I have as well that points to that. And that is NJ Real Estate License Search, like I just shared with you in the chat window. So, or you're going to put the closing date on the contract, which should be 60 calendar days from the date of the contract. Make sure it lands on a business day and not a weekend or a holiday. Sales contracts, never leave blank lines. If anything, if you don't need it, write N/A for not applicable. Contract must state the amount of down payment the buyer's making, as well as any good faith deposit amount, customarily $1,000. See if I still got that sales contract open here on the zip forms, or if they closed me out already. No, they didn't. Okay. So you could see on the first page of the sales contract here, when we're logged into this system, I put in the total purchase price, $300,000, the initial the deposit of $1,000. In this instance, we're going to pretend that this is an FHA loan. So we got to have 3.5% down payment. That's the minimum requirement. So that's $10,500. So this additional second deposit that's going to be made is going to be $9,500. And the amount of mortgage loan the borrower needs to qualify for is $289,500. See, this will do all the math for you even. Now, say that the buyer is not going to have that additional deposit of $9,500 right away. We could do this. We could say, well, how much will they have? Oh, $4,500. Okay, so we'll put $4,500 here, and then that leaves a balance at closing that they need to come with an additional $5,000 to closing. See, that's not including the closing costs. This is only the deposit money. See how it automatically does the math for you, though? So let's just make this the $9,500 again. There you go. Make sure buyer's initial the bottoms of every page. You can put the dates in the contract here, who's preparing the contract, additional deposit. I usually don't write a date. I usually write 10 days after attorney review. It says if left blank, then within 10 days after the fully signed contract is delivered to both parties. Nope, I say 10 days after attorney review. That buys you more time. And we checked off FHA type loan, 30-year mortgage. So typically conventional loans require at least 20% down, but you'd have to look at the at that buyer's pre-qualification or pre-approval letter. It'll tell you how much money that they're putting down. FHA has a 3.5% down payment minimum requirement. Veterans loans don't require any down payment. They're 100% financing because the VA will guarantee 25% of the loan. But ask your veteran client that's purchasing, maybe they're putting money down so that they could borrow less. I don't know. Any concession that's to be added to the contract, that would be money that a seller's concession is money that you're going to ask the seller to contribute towards the buyer's closing costs or maybe repairs. And depending on the type of loan they're getting, there may be a maximum that they're allowed to concede to the buyer. If it's an FHA or VA loan, that maximum is 6% of the loan amount. If it's a conventional loan, that would be 3% of the loan amount maximum. So what you guys should do is on the last page of the sales contract, if you back it up and you go to page 212, where it says additional contractual provisions, if any, it'll show you what the last page of the sales contract looks like, where you could put in additional notes and things that you may be asking for. I'm trying to scroll through it here. So you should write something like this. Right there on that page right now in your book. Maximum seller's concession allowed, FHA or VA, 6% of the loan amount, not the purchase price. Conventional, 3% of the loan amount, not the purchase price. So that's just notes for yourself. On the actual contract, you would write down what it is that you're asking for. So just right there and there on that page. Are you guys writing this at all, or should I just move on? Max, huh? You writing it?
Yes.
Okay. Maximum seller concession allowed, FHA and VA loan equals 6% of loan amount. Conventional equals 3% of loan amount. That's the maximum that you're allowed to ask. And typical closing costs are between 2 to 3% of the purchase price as a guesstimate. It really depends on what the taxes are and the insurances on the property, because the closing costs are basically mostly comprised of impounds, money that the lender wants to start a reserve account for the coming year's expenses for the taxes, if you're including the taxes in the purchase in a mortgage payment, as well as the home insurance. If you're not including those in your mortgage loan, the taxes or your homeowner's insurance, then your closing cost is going to be cheaper. And you can just pay those bills separately on your own. But the bank will give you like an 1/8 of a point discount on your interest rate. It's a small amount, but they'll give you like an 1/8 of a point discount on your interest rate if you agree to have your tax payment and your homeowner's insurance payment included in the mortgage. This way they can make sure those important payments are being made so that they don't end up losing their their collateral property in the event of a tax foreclosure sale because you didn't go make your tax payment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah. You guys done with those notes, or are you still writing?
I got it.
Anybody else writing or no?
No.
So other clauses that could be added is like you're asking for that seller's concession. You would write it like buyers requesting a seller's concession of up to 3% towards the buyer's closing costs and prepaids. This is a concession and not a loan. Prepaids are basically the prepaid, any prepaid interest on the loan. A short sale, that's when you're selling the property for less than what's owed. To put in a clause that says that, I mean, your brokerage may have a whole page that's already prepared to be added to the contract for an addendum. Or you could just be something as simple as a blurb like this. This is a short sale, purchase price, approval and commission subject to third-party approval. That would be the seller's lender approval. And then only if the seller's agent specifies that you add this into the contract, would you add that the buyer's responsible for obtaining CO and fire certificates. So remember, before you could close on a sale, the owner is responsible for getting a certificate of occupancy and a fire inspection done. And they may have to do repairs to get that done. But if they owe more in the house than it's worth, they're walking away with no profit. They may be like, I ain't doing crap. I'm not doing any work to this house. Like you take on the responsibility for getting the certificate of occupancy and fire inspection. And if that's the case, and only if they specifically tell you it is, then you would write there, buyers responsible for obtaining CO and fire certs. Or if the buyer has a home they need to sell first, the way that you could write that in the contract to try to protect them. Because if that's a contingency, it's important to write it in the contract, guys. Otherwise, if the buyer does not sell their home before they come to closing on this other home, they're going to be in a pickle if they can't afford to make a payment on 2 mortgages at once. So you could just write purchase subject to the sale of the buyer's current home. And you put the address there, which is currently under contract with an anticipated closing date of whatever it may be. You got to tell them what the status of that is. Do they even have the property in the market yet? You know? And if there's approval that are subject to the buyer's relatives looking at the house, given their approval, because they're going to be given the money to purchase, just write something along the lines of purchase subject to buyer's relatives, put their names there. viewing the home and approving the purchase. They'll be contributing money towards the purchase or closing cost or down payment or whatever it is. And then that way, if one of those buyer's relatives backs out, well, then the buyer can back out and not be considered in breach of contract because they put that as a contingency. Just keep in mind, the more contingencies that you add to contracts, the less desirable your offer seems. But you still got to protect your clients and write these in there to protect them in the event they can't go through with the purchase, so that they don't get sued or get their deposit money kept. And that's the end of this chapter, chapter 11. So let's do the key terms to review for chapter 11. And that will be on page 220, 221. There's two key terms to review in this chapter. All right, these ones are a little bit different, so let me make sure that I got all the answers on these before we get started, so that we get through them a little bit quicker. So let's just hang tight for 1 second. But before we do these key terms to review, next to letter in key terms 1, next to letter or number 11, where it says escape clause, right? Pencil in next to that kick out, because it's also known as a kick out or knockout clause. All right, so contract that has been fulfilled or one that has been signed, depending on the contract.
Executed contract.
12 is A, it's an executed contract. Buyer's deposit with the purchase contract.
Earnest money.
9 is B, the earnest money deposit. Contract with a promise by each party.
Bilateral contract.
2 is C, it's a bilateral contract. Contract set down in so many words.
Express contract.
14 is D, an express contract. Transfer of interest in a contract to a third party.
Assignment.
1 is E, assignment. Those legally qualified to enter into contracts are called
Competent parties.
competent parties. 4 is F. Protection for seller when the buyer has another house to sell.
Escape clause.
Escape, kick out, or knockout clause. Correct. 11 is G. Something of value given in exchange.
Consideration.
5 is H. Violation of a contract.
Breach of contract.
3 is I. Interest acquired by a buyer with a land contract.
Equitable title.
Equitable title. 10 is J. It's a little tight for myself in here. Hold on one second, write these things. A contract that has not yet been performed.
Executory contract.
13 is K. Offer returned to offerer with changes by the offeree.
Counter offer.
8 is L, the counter. Wait, yeah. Offer returned to offer. Yep, what? I got the. Oh, 8 is E, correct. Hold on, I gotta white something out in my book. I wrote the wrong thing down there. 8 is L, counter offer. A contract not put into words, but shown by one's actions rather than their words.
Implied contract.
An implied contract. 15 is M, an implied contract. Certain happening to which a contract depends on.
Contingency.
6 is N, a contingency. Agreement between two parties to perform some legal act.
Contract.
7 is O, a contract. An agreement under which the buyer makes payments in installments and then they wait for the deed.
Land contract.
That's the land contract, the type of seller financing we call a land contract. All right, key terms 2. Give me something up. Give me 2 seconds here to get this cleared up. All right, a return to the status quo. That means returning to the way that you started out.
Rescission.
6 is A, rescission. Another name for an option contract.
Unilateral contract.
12 is B, the unilateral contract. A law requiring certain contracts be in writing.
Statute of frauds.
Yeah, to prevent fraud, they need to be in writing. So according to the statute of frauds, 8 is C. A contract that's binding, but one party may disaffirm it.
Voidable contract.
That is a voidable contract. A sum agreed on to serve as damages in the event of future default.
Liquidated damages.
1 is E, liquidated damages. The process of reaching a meeting of the minds.
Offer and acceptance.
3 is F, offer and acceptance. Substitution of a new contract for an existing one, or substituting, it should be worded substituting an existing contract with a new one. They're so backwards with the way that they worded that. Sorry about that.
Novation.
Novation. 2 is G. A contract that meets all the legal requirements.
Valid contract.
13 is H. It is a valid contract. Time within which one is allowed to assert their legal rights.
Statute of limitations.
9 is I, statute of limitations. A court action usually asking that the seller be forced to sell as agreed.
Specific performance.
7 is J, specific performance. Convention that written contracts override spoken promises.
Parole evidence rule.
5 is K, the parole evidence rule. A contract that does not meet all the legal requirements.
Void contract.
It's a void contract. 14 is L. Seemingly valid contract, but neither party can sue to force performance.
Unenforceable contract.
Yeah, it's unenforceable because neither party can sue to force performance. 11 is M. 11 is M. Let me write that down. Give me one second. The contract binding one party, but the other party's free to act or not.
Option.
That's describing an option. 4 is N. And lastly, a contract clause requiring punctual performance.
Time is of the essence.
Time is of the essence, and that will absolutely be on exams. 10 is O. And that is correct. And that concludes chapter 11.